Odebola Properties, your investment is safe with us. Visit us today at Nyawale Inserim Layout, Tombia Extension, GRA Phase 2 Port Harcourt, or visit our website www.odebolaproperties.887.
Odebola Properties.
Our word is our bond.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good evening. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Queen Chima. The headlines. Federal government partners UK to strengthen monitoring of government projects. NIS warns Nigerians against fraudulent migration schemes. Rivers High Court sentences 7 to death over kidnap and murder of clergyman. On the foreign scene, Pope Leo warns against armed AI. Now the detail. The federal government says improved supervision, tracking and evaluation of government projects across ministries, departments and agencies are critical to achieving noticeable progress in key sectors such as infrastructure, healthcare, agriculture, education, housing, transportation and employment. The government said this informed its partnership with the United Kingdom to strengthen Nigeria's monitoring and evaluation system in support of President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda and the administration's target of growing the economy to $1 trillion by 2030. Speaking at the closing ceremony of a planning, monitoring and evaluation and result-based management workshop in Abuja, the Minister of State for Budget and Economic Planning, Doris Uzoka-Anite, said effective planning and results-based governance were necessary to ensure government programs deliver meaningful impact for citizens. According to a statement issued by the ministry's Director of Information and Public Relations, Julie Osage Jacobs, the minister, represented by Permanent Secretary Deborah Odo, urged public institutions to focus on measurable outcomes in service delivery rather than routine administrative processes. The Federal High Court in Abuja has adjourned until July 16 the forfeiture case filed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, against 9 properties linked to former Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Timipre Silva. Justice Obiora Iguatu fixed a new date after the EFCC counsel Oluwaleke Atolagbe informed the court that he had yet to file a report of compliance regarding the interim forfeiture order earlier granted against the properties. The court had on April 24 ordered the temporary forfeiture of the assets located in high-value areas of Abuja and directed the anti-graft agency to publish the order in 2 national newspapers to allow interested parties show cause while the properties should not be permanently forfeited to the federal government. At the day's proceedings, several lawyers appeared on behalf of parties claiming interest in some of the properties. The EFCC told the court that no claims had been filed in respect of 3 of the property, prompting the commission to file a motion seeking their final forfeiture. Justice Iguatu, however, directed the EFCC to properly publish the motion, serve all relevant parties and file the required compliance reports to ensure fair hearing before further proceedings continue. Figures released by the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, show that Nigeria's economy expanded by 3.89% year-on-year in the first quarter of 2026, reflecting an improvement from the 3.13% growth recorded in the corresponding period of 2025. The agriculture sector posed posted the strongest recovery, growing by 3.15% compared to the marginal 0.07% growth recorded a year earlier. The industry sector also improved slightly to 3.50% from 3.42%, while the services sector grew by 4.31%, marginally below the 4.33% recorded in the first quarter of 2025. Services remain the largest contributor to GDP, accounting for 57.73% of the total output. In nominal terms, aggregate GDP at basic price rose to 110.79 trillion naira, representing a 17.79% increase from 94.05 trillion naira recorded in the same period of 2025. The Nigeria Immigration Service, NIS, has raised the alarm over increasing cases of fraudulent migration schemes and irregular cross-border activities orchestrated by criminal networks across the country, warning Nigerians against traveling abroad without valid documents. In a statement in Abuja by the service's public relations officer, Akinsola Akinlabi, the NIS said traffickers and criminal syndicates were targeting vulnerable individuals, especially young women, with fake promises of employment, education, and better opportunities overseas. According to the agency, many of the deceptive schemes often end in forced labor, human trafficking, and other forms of exploitation. The service stressed that leaving Nigeria without a valid passport, visa, and other required travel document is illegal and poses serious personal dangers, noting that no legitimate migration process bypasses official immigration procedures or authorized border posts. The NIS urged Nigerians to be wary of unsolicited offers of sponsorship, travel assistance, or relocation opportunities from unverified individuals or organizations, describing such tactics as common methods used by trafficking networks. It advised members of the public to verify all travel and recruitment offers through appropriate government channels and avoid agents promoting irregular migration. The agency also called on parents, guardians, and community leaders to educate young people about the dangers of human trafficking and illegal migration, while encouraging the public to report suspicious persons or activities to the nearest immigration office or security agency. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. So stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Oh, thank you so much for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. A Rivers State High Court sitting in Port Harcourt has sentenced and convicted twin brothers and 5 other men to death by hanging for the kidnapping and murder of Reverend Edwin Azaya Dokubo Harry. The trial judge, Boma Diepriye, delivered the judgment after finding the defendants guilty on multiple counts, including conspiracy, kidnapping, murder, unlawful possession of firearms, and related offences. The court heard that on December 6, 2013, the convicts lured Reverend Dokubo Harry to a forest in Abalama Community, Asaritori local government area of Rivers State, where he was subsequently abducted, blindfolded, and tied before being killed, and his body dumped in a creek within the area. Justice Depre held that the prosecution had successfully proved its case beyond reasonable doubt against the defendants identified as Precious Obara, Answer Dick, Osaki Fubara, Prince Philip, Tiena Beso George, Selepri Fubara, and Alabo Area Fubara, while the court sentenced them to death by hanging, ordering that they be hanged by the neck until confirmed dead. The judge also directed that the prosecution hand over the recovered firearm and other exhibits to the Nigeria Police Force. In the same ruling, the court discharged and acquitted Emmanuel Israel and nephew Philemon of a 25-count charge relating to conspiracy, kidnapping, murder, illegal possession of firearms, and criminal activities. Today, FM Uchinde Joe reports that the court proceedings turned emotional, with tears from some of the convicts and their family members present in courtroom following the pronouncement of the death sentence. Members of the Omogbo royal family in Ilele Limini community in Mohalika government area of Rivers State have faulted the recent visit of Peter Nwagbara and a group of associates to the chief medical director of the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital UPTH, describing it as improperly presented as a royal visit. Nwagbara had reportedly led a delegation from Ilele Limini on a courtesy visit to the UPTH chief medical director, a visit he described as a royal engagement. However, reacting on behalf of the royal family, the chairman of the Omobo royal family, Emmanuel Oka, dismissed the characterization of the visit as royal, insisting it was merely a visit by friends and not an official traditional delegation. Oka further argued that Peter Nwagbara is not recognized as a chief within the community, nor does he hold the status of a traditional ruler, contrary to how the visit was presented, and emphasized that the only duly recognized traditional ruler in the area remains John Wani. He urged members of the public in Rivers State to disregard the claims surrounding Nwagbara's status, adding that the community is awaiting the final court determination on the rightful occupant of the Nyali Elili Alimini stew.
Peter Nwagbara is not a chief. Peter Nwagbara is not an Ohab. So no court has made in Royal Highness against Ohajon Wone, who is the traditionally recognized Royal Highness as crowned by His Majesty M.O. Woyike. Peter Nwagbara is not a Royal Highness. The visit to University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital management was wrong because he does not have the capacity to represent Ilele Alimini on a royal visit. My advice to the members of the public is that they should not take seriously the visit and what they saw between Peter Nwagbara and his friend. Everybody should go about his law-abiding business and be rest assured that Peter Nwagbara will not be the Royal Highness of Ilele Alimini against our custom and tradition. As it stands, the matter is in High Court, Appeal Court, and even in Supreme Court. So until there is a final pronunciation.
The executive officer of Delta Technologies and Property Limited, Stephen Nyigwa, has revealed that his steel estate company always consults the original owners of any property before acquisition. Nyigwa, who said this in reaction to the controversy surrounding the property owned by the Amiewuli family in the Bodo village, Alu community, Korelika government area of Rivers State, said his company acquired about 200 plots of land from the family headed by the eldest member, Green Amiewuli. He explained that considering the locations of his offices in Delta State, Abuja, and other parts of the country, it was disturbing that another individual was now laying claim to the land, alleging that he bought it from a grandson of the family. Nyigwa, while also insisting that his company does not engage in land grabbing activities, maintained that as an Ikore man, it would be impossible for him to acquire land without consulting the rightful owners, adding that this same principle guided the transaction involving the Amiewuli family property located along the Obirikore Airport Road.
Upon the data technology, I want to tell people that anywhere that the company has a property, I don't just sell into property because I'm a good son of Ikore land and also a good citizen of Nigeria, that I don't fall in on property. The property which data technologies acquiring, we are doing delegate search to data of the history of the land, also confirmed by the members of the community in Airport Road, where my company bought land in the hand of Chief Green Amiewuli, the oldest man in Amiewuli family, sold land 200 plot to my company and supported of the elders that served the deity of Bodo, and he confirmed my buyer that the land is genuine.
The executive officer of Delta Technologies and Property Limited further called on security agencies, especially the Nigeria Police Force, to investigate the activities of alleged land grabbers operating in the area.
I don't know why some persons are claiming ownership, trying to instigate problem, which I don't like problem. I'm a good citizen of Nigeria. I'm calling all the security agents. I'm calling the DSS. I'm calling the IG, the CP Rivers for proper investigation. So criminal elements are using opportunity to come and grab land because I'm not a land grabber. The land in question, I bought it genuinely from the rightful source.
Calls have intensified for increased adoption of renewable and affordable energy across Africa as part of activities marking the 2026 Africa Day celebration. The event, held at Community Secondary School Rumodumai in Port Harcourt, themed around the hashtags Africa VUCA and Repower Africa, focused on creating awareness about renewable energy and sustainable development across the continent. Speaking at the event, the coordinator of Quest for Growth and Development Foundation in Port Harcourt, Smith Umukocha, said the initiative was aimed at promoting sustainable and clean energy solutions in Africa. According to him, unstable electricity supply in Nigeria and many African countries is largely linked to dependence on fossil fuels, adding that renewable energy sources such as solar, geothermal and wind power remain more reliable, eco-friendly, and beneficial to the people.
Today is to mark Africa Day, and we are doing this in the Africa VUCA Week. So across the continent, this is being also celebrated. And then we have a theme for it, which is tied towards affordable energy. We know that our power situation in Nigeria, even across Africa, is epileptic, unfortunately, because the sources are relied or tied to fossil fuel, right? And so we are also using this day to match up renewable energy, that there should be a push on renewable energy because it seems to be environmentally friendly and reliable. So things like solar, geothermal, the wind power, they are very reliable and very friendly.
Nwokocha also expressed concern over the influence of multinational interests and policymakers in the fossil fuel sector, noting that profits is often placed above the welfare of the people. He stated that the Africa Day campaign seeks to encourage Africans to embrace cleaner and more affordable energy alternatives, while emphasizing the need to involve young people in promoting renewable energy awareness across communities.
Unlike the fossil fuel, that we have a lot of policymakers, the global north, multinationals, being people that tend to influence that, and then maybe because they put profit over people. So that is why today we want to mark Africa Day and then promote affordable energy. I feel so excited that we are doing this even with the younger people because they will take the message further, right? And then knowing some of this is at the age, looking at interactions and how they feel excited also to be part of this.
Today, FM's Odinakachi Celestine reports that the program featured awareness campaigns, educational sessions, and discussions on the importance of renewable energy in shaping Africa's future, while participants commended the organizers for creating a platform that encourages young people's involvement in community participation and sustainable development, noting that the importance of renewable energy awareness cannot be overemphasized.
To help us a lot. Like Nigeria and anybody know about what is happening as per power. It's not reliable at all. If we get energy, nobody can constrain it. It's just everywhere. So, but if we get it right, I think it will help everybody, businesses and personal use.
If we have what we call solar energy, we can read even at night if there is no electricity. With the help of the solar energy,
the increasement of fuel is these days. If we can get solar energy in our home, it can be beneficial to us. Sometimes we can have powers from the sun, and we don't buy powers from the sun. So that one is a natural gift from God.
On the foreign scene, Pope Leo XIV has called for the disarming of artificial intelligence, warning that the rapid rise of the technology could fuel exploitation, deepen inequality, and create new forms of slavery. In his first encyclical titled Magnificat Humanitas, Magnificent Humanity, the Pope criticized the growing global race for more powerful AI systems and cautioned against allowing technology to dominate humanity. Presenting the document at the Vatican alongside AI experts, including a co-founder of Anthropic, the Pope said AI must remain human-friendly, accessible, and subject to public debate. He also warned against the use of AI-directed weaponry, insisting that lethal decisions should never be entrusted to algorithms. Without directly mentioning U.S. President Donald Trump, Pope Leo criticized attempts to use religion to legitimize conflict, stressing that no algorithm can make war morally acceptable. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The federal government has partnered the United Kingdom to strengthen monitoring of government projects across Nigeria. The NIS has cautioned Nigerians against fraudulent migration schemes. We told you that a Riverside court has sentenced 7 convicts to death over kidnap and murder of a clergyman. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Pope Leo has warned against armed AI. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Curry. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951X. It's Today FM 951. You can also join our YouTube live today, 95.1 FM. My name is Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe, your voice, your opinion? Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM.
We are the voice of the people.
Baby shark do 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 do, baby shark do 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 do, baby shark.
Children are a beam of sunlight. On Kiddies Playground, smart is the new cool. We have interesting activities lined up for everyone, from storytelling to games to quizzes, where you get to win loads and loads of gifts. Do you have what it takes to compete and win exciting prizes? Then don't miss any episode of Kiddies Playground every Saturday at 7:30 a.m. only on Today 95.1 FM, where playtime comes to life.
Football fans, the biggest football night of the season is here. This 30th May 2026. Get ready for the ultimate UEFA Champions League final experience with the unbeatable Today FM Sports crew and you, the real fans, live at Amora Resort. It's going to be action like never before. It's going to be Budapest away from Budapest. Massive screens, an electric atmosphere, fun games, fan battles, music, loads of giveaways, amazing freebies, and unforgettable moments with fellow football lovers. And guess what? Come rock in your favorite football club jerseys and represent your team with pride. Businesses and brands, this is your chance to connect with passionate football fans from across the city. Sponsorship opportunities are now open. Call 0812-596-9594. Again, 0812-596-9594. UEFA Champions League Final Watch Party with Today FM Sports Crew. Only at Amora Resort. Budapest, away from Budapest.
Wake up to today's quest, where breakfast on the radio is full course. We start with some motivation to ignite the spark in you for a great day. Then a full interactive sports show on Sport Attack 6:30 a.m. Unbeatable and concise news reports on the world news at 7 a.m. And our newspaper review segment now on 7:30 a.m. Oh yes, 7:30 a.m. The scoops and the commentaries from my esteemed panelists. Today's quest, 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Miss it, you miss out.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Talk Radio.
95.1 FM.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player, or when a team comes together to win. A solo beat, or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer, or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
today's Connect. Thank you so much for staying with us all through the morning and then afternoon, and now it's evening, 6:36, May 25, 2026. I'm Queen Chima. I will do this 6:36 to 7 o'clock. What's on your mind? 7 o'clock to 8, area talk, and 8 to 9 would have reports, eyewitness reports, and of course Runa will be here for the thrill up until shutdown. Well, I hope that you've been having a great evening. There's just so much to wrap our heads around. I don't even know where to begin, but because my mind is on autopilot, that's the thing. So I don't know which one to just pick and say, oh, this is what's exactly on my mind. The weekend was a lot for the country. First, the Oyo kidnap crisis, and then there was also primaries. We had the APC had their primaries. The president, we had all that political parties too. The president had said he did say quite a lot from not allowing the opposition with no alternative vision to drag Nigeria back. I mean, he said that on Sunday when he was declared when he got the certificate of return as the party's flag bearer for the APC. He did say that, well, his administration had taken giant strides, still taking giant strides and steps forward, and in repositioning the country, and warned against what he described as attempts by politicians without clear alternative and vision to reverse the country's progress. I mean, if someone has a direction and has been doing it for 4 years, it's only, he's saying from his perspective, it's only best that he continues the other 4 years and just take the country to that point where he told us earlier, that's in 2023. I mean, there's been also numerous reactions to the Oyo attacks. I mean, in recent months, there's been a number of attacks in some parts of the country, from terrorist attacks, the kidnap cases, to shootings and killings. Really horrible sights, some of them to look at, to watch. The president has continued to assure the country, assure Nigerians that it would get better. But somehow some people are also highlighting how we see insecurity, increase. There's just some sort of rise, especially when the elections are close and questions are being asked. But what's most important is the question about governance and the government of the day as to what will be done or what should be done, so that we can have our people protected. Everybody deserves to live. Nobody deserves to be just husked away or taking away, call it abduction or whatever, call it killing, whatever name, whatever tag, that people's freedom are taking away from them unexpectedly. Or even if you're expecting, even if a note was reaching you, it's a terrible situation. So it's just been a lot happening. I saw that in Rivers State, when Ezekiel Hart is already questioning and having concerns about the ADC primaries that produced a governorship candidate. He's questioning and saying that he was not aware, or some of them were not aware of the primaries. Like I said, my mind is being on autopilot. I'll just stop here. Going through the tabloids and seeing all of this happening. Why would my mind not be here and there? But I don't know what your mind is like, right? I don't know where your headspace is, what your mind is thinking on. I think that it takes a lot these days to be mindful of what you think, especially if you're in Nigeria, right? Putting your mind on one thing particularly can be a little challenging. So autopilot might just be a lot of what's happening with our minds. And it's not a very good place to be, especially if it's coming with some sort of worry and concern. If you're autopiloting and you're thinking about good things, right? That's exciting. But if it's here and there and it's problem, wahala, concern, it's not good for your mind, for your health. Ask doctors, they will tell you. But we'll be fine. So tell me what's on your mind. 0810-9510-951. That is 0810-951-0951. That's the number that you can call. You can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Welcome to Today FM. What's on your mind?
Hello?
I can hear you. Good evening.
Oui.
Yes.
Yeah. My name is Evian. Calling you from Igbo.
Welcome.
Please, I want to know the outcome of the ADC details. I want to know update.
Which one?
The ADC primary election.
Presidential?
Yes.
All right. So, yeah, we'll give that update soon. Okay. All right. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Hello.
Yes. Good evening.
My name is Gody, calling from Port Harcourt.
Welcome.
Queen, what's my mind? I think I've been reasoning since in my mind about the River State, about what is happening, about the resignation, the withdrawal of governor from the race, about how some people are talking. I begin to ask myself, who pushed the governor out of the race? The other Calabari people, who pushed them out of the race? The other people that say, I will not contest, who pushed them? And okay, Chinda emerged from Ikwere. I don't know why people are too worried. Ikwere must be Ikwere. Is it only APC that is there? People can contest in other political party. You vote for the people of your choice. And people begin to talk Wike, as if Wike is using voodoo or spells against the Rivers people, that you must certainly vote for my own candidate. But then let us open our mind and talk about competency. Let us talk about who is going to take Rivers State to another level.
All right.
Please, let us organize ourselves and maintain peace.
All right. Maintain peace. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Hello, good evening, Queen.
Yes.
Love sister, this is Akoniche calling from Port Harcourt.
Good evening,
What
Akoniche.
is on my mind is that concerning this particular point, that anyone that wants to get a political point or a political contrast will raise an issue of Biafra. If we have Oduduwa and we have Arewa, can't we have Biafra? What is special on it? Why is
Are you there?
Is that anyone that needs contract from the federal government will just raise an issue concerning Biafra? Why is it so? Is it a nightmare to them? Or will it get them to get mad? They should stop this nonsense. I am a Biafran. And those people that think that they are not Biafran, how where they belong, either Arewa or Oduduwa, they should not be letting us down. We have an origin, and those people that is against Biafra that are from the eastern side of Nigeria, when you check them very well, when you check their DNA, you will know that they are not really Biafra. I don't know where they come from. After during the war, do you know that during the war, there are people that came from Cameroon and Ghana that came.
Right. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Welcome.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
My name is Engineer Endurance Eleoba, popularly known as Sante Muslim.
All right, welcome. What happened? Your call dropped. All right, call again. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to connect with. And then for text or WhatsApp message, 0701-9339-962. What's on my mind is APC presidential primary. For me, it was a scam, craftily organized to make Tinubu look good in the eyes of the public. The 10 million votes Tinubu scored were falsely allocated to him with the aim of rigging 2027 election and to scare the opposition and make Nigerians believe that Tinubu is popular. Even his contender, Mr. Osifo, was hired to make the primary look like a true contest. It was all a scam from the start. APC primary was not a true reflection of the reality on ground, but a calculated attempt to hack our intelligence, Mr. Lucky. And Mr. Lucky, thank you for texting. What's in my mind? Some people using heaven on their politics talk they should stop it or... Okay, I'm trying to understand that. All right. What's on my mind? Your voice, no bad. I see that. Thank you so much. Get a message from one of my bosses. Thank you so much. I see it. All right. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Good evening, Queen.
Yes, good evening. What's on your mind?
What was my mind? I'm Shadrach from Ubuguru.
All right, Shadrach. Go on, please.
Yeah. Thank you. What on my mind now this evening is I'm thinking how this man, I'm a Rivers man, how the state is going. People are calling somebody. Why they are calling him? Not that he has too much power. They are calling him because of he's from here and he wants to spoil the place. You cannot spoil the house you have built. We our fathers built for years. Not that we don't have other political party, but the political, the Nigeria Constitution, the Nigeria Constitution gives the president too much power. When we are shouting state of emergency, it's illegal, it's not supposed to be, what happened? You see, old. That is why people are afraid that they bring another person to take over from Pobara. Not that another political party are not there, they are there. Good people are there, reverend people are there. But the issue is the hate. When the state, the INEC and the president, when they say they want Peter, that is all. That is why people are shouting for one man. Not that the Rivera we don't know what to do. That is the problem. Thank you.
All right. Welcome. What's on your mind? Hello?
Hello. Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
I am Comrade Kabari. I'm calling from Maloko in Ghana.
Welcome.
I think what one of your one of the person who called trying to say is that those who uses the language like heaven will not fall should cease using the word heaven will not fall.
Okay.
The one you say you didn't understand. Okay. My sister, what is on my mind is this. There has been news, fears, and agitations from different quarters in River States as regards OK Chinda emerging as a candidate of All Progressive Congress. Are you with me?
I can hear you.
You see what you see, but you may not see what others have seen. It shouldn't be a threat because, remember, there is also agitation in the camp of OK Chinda. That's why should the governor protest the phone? Yes. The governor was the person too who was in charge of the collection of the result of the presidential APC presidential primary, isn't it? Let's leave that aside. You see, sometimes ago in River States, because I am talking about a precedent that has been stamped in River States that has led to several corruptions and things to come. But people are not wise, and the Bible says a wise man foresees temptation, jumps over it, but a foolish man sees the steps on it, and it harms him. Now, sometimes ago in River State, camp criers were knocked in the community, and people were being threatened that if they are not voting a particular candidate of a particular political party, that they shouldn't come out and exercise their franchise, of which you know that the law of Nigeria is against that. And who are these people? In that community, you have people that cut across every ethnic extraction in River State and Nigeria and beyond the shore of Nigeria. Hope you know that. Now, they have now started again. These have been lingering. In fact, that particular government. Please. Okay, summarily, they should note that Rivers is heading to a point where if a candidate emerges from a tribe in this state and you say you're not going to vote that candidate, you will not be in that ethnic nationality.
All right.
That is my put. Yes. Thank you.
All right. Greetings, Lady Queen. What's on my mind is that governor willfully pandered to the whims and caprices of Wiki just to remain employed after 2027 general elections. Friday Olu. All right, that's what's on your mind. Good evening, Today FM. My name is Chinemeriam Chitu from Rumudugo. What's on my mind is those school children kidnapped by bandits, the pains they are going through, and our government are there doing nothing about it because their family members are not victims. It doesn't concern them. The only thing that can liberate us in this country is to tell ourselves the whole truth and live by it daily. Tribalism, nepotism, favoritism, bribery, corruption, etc. It's the chemical fueling these evil acts in the country. I believe that kidnapping, insurgency, banditry, etc. are not too difficult to be handled by a whole nation if the right brains are utilized. Chinemeriam Chitu from Rumudugu. All right. About 2 hours ago, Rotimi Amechi had voted at Ward 5 in Ubima, Korea local government area of the state. Alongside party members and supporters, also Atiku. I mean, these are the two contenders of the presidential ticket for the APC, and three rather. Then you have Atiku also cast his vote earlier at Ajia Ward in Jimata Yola, Adamawa State. We'll be following what's going on. The exercise is ongoing across Nigeria's 8,809 wards. And whatever comes up, sure would give you updates on that here on Today FM. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Good day, my dear sister Queen.
Yes, welcome.
Yes, Queen. My name is Engineer Endurance Elioba, popularly known as something Monsileman.
All right.
Yes, Queen. I want to carefully tell you that this is what is on my mind.
Please tell me.
As a person, I joined political party since 1999, PDP in question. I've never defected any political party. But I want to tell you today that for 2-3 days ago, I've pulled off from PDP. But I do support ADC, which I am supporting Atiku Abubakar. But I want to tell you, after the Supreme Court judgment, I suspected that, I feel that Alhaji Atiku Abubakar would have moved from ADC due to the liquidation in the very party. But unfortunately, he did not. I decided not to. So, to let you know that for the ADC, for what is happening, I don't have interest in them again.
Okay.
I have joined NDP. The party may sound strange to you. And I want to use this opportunity to tell you what is on my mind, that I am also both in this dream, consulting widely, calling on the former president, which I know before the end of this month, you will hear it.
All right.
Jonathan should
Congratulations on your...
Jonathan should come and lead the party. I don't want him to join any other party.
All right, you've said what's on your mind. Welcome. What's on your mind? Can you turn down the volume on your listening device? Thank you. Yes. Good evening.
Yeah. Lady Queen.
I can hear you. Good evening.
Yeah, Reginald, I call from Tekocho.
Please go on.
What is on my mind is about ABC and Amechi as a presidential candidate. I wish and I pray that God Almighty will touch Nigerians. Let us ensure that Amechi become the president of this country.
All right.
Because that is the best thing that will happen to Nigeria, considering what Nigerians are going through in the hand of the present federal government led by President Tinubu. The worst mistake that Nigerians will make again is to have President Tinubu come back again in 2027.
All right.
Thank you.
Welcome. What's on your mind?
Yeah, Queen Chima, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, my name is Expert. I'm calling you from Eberi, Omoma.
Welcome, Expert.
Yeah, my eyewitness report this evening.
It's not eyewitness report yet. We're still what's on your mind?
Oh, what? Sorry. What is on my mind? It's about the cry that my friend cried for me. A retired super of police.
Okay.
He is crying for his gratuity from federal government. If a police high authority or authorities are hearing, they should do something towards their retired men and the women. They are suffering over their gratuity. Yeah? It's a right. It's their right. It's not a privilege. It's their right. Please, they should do something, I beg. Queen, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for stating that. Okay, let's take some messages. What's on my mind are the resources of this state. The governor should be careful about how he uses our resources now that he has been politically defeated. That is because the good people of this state will ask for a probe. All those who squandered our resources will be held accountable. So this issue of budget that is still lingering among others should be addressed. Listen to good advice now. Flat Earth from Port Harcourt. Good evening, Queen. What's on my mind? Where's Miracle? Grandma Charity. Okay. Miracle is fine. Greetings, Lady Queen. What's on my mind is that Governor willfully pandered to the whims and caprices of Wike just to remain employed. I think I took this earlier. There is a recording, a WhatsApp audio. So let's listen to this.
Yeah, good evening to you. Good evening, Nigerians. I remain Radio Senate President Cambilon. I'm recording this voice message from Switzerland. For me, I want to say it and say it clear. I watched Tinubu, Baba go slow. I disagree with him. He will not hand over to opposition party. He will not be the one that will score himself. If he by election he win, fine. If he lose, he said he will not hand over. What happened to Mbabu of this in Ivory Coast? He will come. He doesn't have another choice. It's Nigeria will decide. If he think the 10 million plus 9 vote they manufacture, they will count 40. They will, before you know it, they don't jump to 1,000 plus. The manufacture vote from nowhere. If he think it's what he will do in 2027, Nigeria will resist it. Nigeria will resist him. The hungry Nigerians. So Nigeria did not belong to him. Yes, he will not tell us all this, and I disagree with him. Nigeria cannot continue with this and go slow. Baba go slow. I disagree with you. He will not be the one that will determine your fate. 10 million from Geneva, Switzerland.
All right, so we're going to wrap up with that call, but it dropped. Let's take it. Call one, and we get over to area talk. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Thank you. Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, what's on my mind is about the APC primary. I think they have embarked on the psychological warfare by churning out that type of results. But I want to tell Nigerians not to deter. They want to deceive us, but their deception this time will not work. Thank you.
All right. Welcome. What's on your mind? All right, that's it. It's already a few minutes to about a minute and 30 seconds to the top of the hour. All right, thank you so much for calling and sending your text messages and expressing your thoughts this evening. 7 o'clock, I'll be back again for area talk. Do stay with us. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Football fans, the biggest football night of the season is here. This 30th May 2026. Get ready for the ultimate UEFA Champions League final experience with the unbeatable Today FM Sports crew and you, the real fans, live at Amora Resort. It's going to be action like never before. It's going to be Budapest away from Budapest. Massive screens, an electric atmosphere, fun games, fan battles, music, loads of giveaways, amazing freebies, and unforgettable moments with fellow football lovers. And guess what? Come rock in your favorite football club jerseys and represent your team with pride. Businesses and brands, this is your chance to connect with passionate football fans from across the city. Sponsorship opportunities are now open. Call 0812-596-9594. Again, 0812-596-9594. UEFA Champions League Final Watch Party with Today FM Sports Crew. Only at Amora Resort. Budapest, away from Budapest.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Every now and then, I mean, I cannot count how many times on the news we hear activities of land grabbers. So there's either this is a court case, there's this group calling on the police, there are community engagements about land grabbing, and it just brings to our notice the importance of talking about land grabbing activities. Maybe as we talk about it, there could be a I won't say divine intervention, divine solution, because we're going to discuss some of the proposed solutions over the years, right, that have, if we have to measure like a scale, would ask ourselves questions like, have we made some form of progress? This menace has been curbed. To what point exactly? Or we keep seeing this reoccur in our communities, because, even with court cases and then years of this battle ongoing, and it continues. Or I think the 6 p.m. news I read where a real estate developer was calling on the police, DSS, these, that, please we need to curb, we need to put an end to land grabbing. And this call has been going on over the years. We know that the Criminal Code Act, if according to the federal legislation, if you forcibly enter someone's land, trespass with violence or intimidation, or any form of malicious damage to the property, or even obtain the land by false pretense, it's fraud. And there's a penalty for that. All right, but you know that the activity of land grabbers, it's a cycle of effects. From the person who was grabbed from, to the people who resell. I mean, the victims. I mean, imagine you got a property and you hear that it's being sold to how many people, and your money is just hanging. You don't have access to the property. You don't know what to do. It's a complicated matter. And on Era Talk, we're going to talk about what can be done, really, because I'm asking, is there something that can be done that has not been done already? Or are we just going to accept that land grabbing has come to stay and we should just accept it? That's some level of forceful acceptance. I mean, we should live in a society where crime isn't something we're bothered about. No society is free of crime, yes. However, when something becomes incessant, it calls for a very dear attention. Several interventions on land grabbing activities in River State, like the setup of community-based land committees. Yes, that happened in LMA. We're going to go through it, right? There was the setting up of community-based committees, and they had their modus operandi. This is what we're going to do before register all the lands in the community. Before it's sold, investigations will go over, and again, there'll be consultations. We need to know how far that has gone in Eleme and other communities that have set up committees. Obiakpo did set up task forces, and it was a way to help curb land grabbing. But it continues. It seems that it continues to be a menace, like it is in our communities in River State. And the question this evening is, will there ever be an end, or we should just accept that land grabbing activities have come to stay? Or do you think there's a solution? If you're going to be proffering a solution, what would that be? Now, let's go over some activities over the years that even the state government, communities have done or initiated to ensuring that, all right, maybe we can control this a little. I talked about the community-based land committee, Alessa model. That's what it's called. Right, the Alessa model, a community in Eleme where they launched Alessa Land Development Committee called ADEC under its paramount ruler. Now, what was the requirement? That all land transactions will go through committee verification to stop unauthorized and fraudulent sales by minors and armed thugs. And this was to avoid speculative land holding that invites grabbers. And the committee required buyers to develop purchase plots within 5 years or risk forfeiture back to the state. Now, that was what what the committee did, Alessa. And they had some other communities were looking at adopting this model, this measure to curb land grabbing. So I don't know how far this has gone. I mean, what sort of impact it has had on Eleme, because if every purchase would go through a committee, that's some sort of extra care. So ensuring that, okay, certain issues can be curbed. You don't see people just buying from owners, really, because if the community has like a registry of who truly owns what or not, and then as a buyer, you can go through that committee. It could help, right? But we have also seen in other communities where it's been a challenge. We've also seen physical resistances and direct interventions. You hear on the news here and there, oh, there was a protest here by some group of people, group of women, group of youth leaders, community members saying that, oh, we cannot continue this way. This encroachment and bulldozers, armed actors that are constituting nuisance in our communities, we cannot accept it. So we have seen active encroachment defense in communities like in local government area like Thai. Local native groups and women's associations have directly mobilized to enter disputed bushes, confront illicit surveys, and physically halt illegal demarcation tools. Yes, that has happened in River State. We've also seen protests where high-profile areas like you saw the one that happened in Rumosi, Obiakbo, experienced intense protests where indigents barricaded major transit networks to express outrage. In some instances, frustrated youths set fire to invading bulldozers and construction equipment to halt illegal demolitions. Legal actions, obviously. We've seen indigenous families and communities have turned to judiciary to secure legal titles over their ancestral lands. Oh, it doesn't belong to these people. It's ours. It was sold to these 200 plots was sold to these people. Oh, I bought from this. I mean, all of those conversations and long-term litigations. Who's happy? Who's not happy? Whether you think it was judged correctly or not. But here, the point is, if we are going to be demanding accountability, if we're going to be asking that we put an end to land grabbing, what exactly can be done? We've also seen direct political and public advocacy, right? Communities calling on government, please come and help. Or an individual, a group of people calling on the government, let the governor come and help. That the activity of land grabbers is really out of hand, right? Even marching straight to the government house and staging major demonstrations directly at the River State government and asking or demanding immediate revocation of questionable land allocations and the restoration of their ancestral rights. We've seen that happen. We've also seen issues around boundary demarcation and collaborations, right? All of these issues around land activities in River State. And you do know that menaces like this can cause issues, and I'm talking about grave issues where loss of life attack, even physical attack on individuals. So the police has something to work on. But I'm thinking, and we're going to think together this evening on Area Talk, and the question would be, this model by Alessa seems, a lot of people had seen it as a welcome development and as a brilliant idea, saying, wow, a community-based land, I'm twisting this now, community land-based committee for land grabbing seems to be a brilliant idea, and other communities can adopt this. Do you think it's something that should be adopted by, communities in River State? Set up a community-based land committee. Have a registry of landowners from whatever generation to whatever generation. Whoever wants to buy property, yes, it's owned by family A and family B, or generation A and B, or owned by a community or group of people, or the youth are in charge. So before those plots sold, it has to go through this level of scrutiny. Intense one. Do you think that this would truly help this model by Alessa community called the Alessa Land Development Committee, ALDEC. Brilliant idea, maybe. Or what other things can be done? For the people that will go to court, or people that will call the police, or people that will call on the government to come help, or come help, government come and help us, or go to the police, or litigations, and then at the end of the day, maybe after a long time, there's a judgment. They would. For the people who would not bother going, it's just a plot, and this land is highly dragged. The litigations on it is just too much. I'm just going to forfeit my 700,000 naira, my 1 million. I'm just going to continue to see what happens, what comes out of it, what plays out of this, or leave other actors who are also in the matter continue. And if he ever favors me, I would accept that it is what it is. Or if he doesn't, then I'll just forfeit. Right. So there's just a lot to think about. And if there are other measures that can be taken to ensuring that land grabbing activities is curbed, what do you think those measures could be? What are those measures that could curb this forceful, deceitful acquisition of land by powerful entities or even individuals at the expense of communities, individuals, even sometimes displacing vulnerable people, stripping them of their means of livelihood because someone just decides to put a property on sale that isn't his or theirs, or sell and resell property. Right. So what can be done? What do you think can be done? Thought about it carefully. Or what measure has worked? Have you been involved directly or indirectly in any land grabbing activity? And by land grabbing activity, I don't mean you did the land grabbing, but maybe a court case or anything, and measures have been thought, or how does settlement work, right? And what can be done, especially in River State. It's becoming alarming. I mean, every week there's just something about land grabbing. There's just something to read about in the news. There's this community talking, there's this person talking, there's this person calling on the government. What can be done? This model by Alessa community, right? The land committee that would be set up, and every land buyer would have to go through that committee to get a property. Do you think that other communities should adopt this, or what else? What else can be done? 0810-9510-951. Welcome to Today FM. It's Area
Hello,
Talk.
good evening. My name is Goody, calling from Port Harcourt.
Welcome, Goody.
You see, what prevails in one community may not prevail in another.
That's brilliant.
You see, when these people are doing all these things, like a place we know popularly known as a Che, Igbo precisely. It was too tough at Igbo last time we heard about them. It was as if these people, they lost a lot of people there because of these men. They went to the forest. It was not easy for them. They ran away from the forest. There was a heavy gunshot at the forest. And they went even to the governor and talked to him. You see women, you see youth, you see men, they enter the vehicle. It was very tough. But yet, as we are talking now, I don't think that anything has been done about it. But I thank the local government chairman of Echie local government. Before the man came in as a chairman, he had been thinking about it. Land grabbing must stop. Land grabbing must stop. Today, as we are talking, everywhere have been relatively peace. You see, the land, there have not been problem. It's like the man is handling it wisely. You see, how can somebody buy a land? A land, you spend money. Before you know it, another person will occupy it. Somebody who's a stranger, even the indigent, they cannot work again. Most of them does not have farm to work again. Things become so difficult for them. And group of men will organize themselves, seem as if they are Lord, with weapon and every other thing, and chase people away. It's unfair. Please, these men, you people should be very, very careful and help yourself and help your people. Mostly the strangers, somebody who came to the town.
All right then.
get their land.
All right. Welcome. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
My name is Sunday, calling from Takos.
All right, Sunday, go on, please.
About concerning this land thing, I would say the court and judges are the problem.
Okay.
Some of them, just
How?
many of them.
How?
Yes. Before, when my grandfather was alive, if we want to judge, it's a chief. Let my grandfather. If you want to judge anything concerning land matter, we would like to send people to the community or to the area for some findings before we judge the matter. So this one, once I get more money, I will just say, the judge, don't mind this man. Finish. Lawyer, don't mind this man. Even the community, some community chiefs, family heads, they're even involved. They say, don't mind that one, nothing. They'll sideline everything. That is the problem we are facing. And we cannot stop it until them stop this thing.
All right. All right. 0810-9510-951. That's the number that you can call. 0810-9510-951. So you think that there are people who are intentionally involved in this and people don't even know about it, or people know about it, right? But then, so what can be done, right, from your perspective? Welcome.
Good evening, Queen.
Good evening.
Mama on the line.
All right, go on, please.
If we are advocating for committees, for buyers to buy through them.
Yes.
But are they going to be independent? Are they going to pay themselves? Because whatever the work they do, they will bill it into whatever cost the land is, which may not be too palatable for the buyers.
Okay.
Then you were asking us what to do. People who have land should just put little beacons, around the areas of their farmland, their land, and then do a proper survey. Let it be surveyed and documented. That way, a land grabber cannot, go in there and take or steal people's land. Okay. I think this suggestion will be okay. Survey, get it properly registered, and they are free from land grabbing. Thank you.
All right. Okay, that's suggestion from you. What is your thought? What do you think can be done? Right. What exactly can be done to end or reduce the activities of land grabbers? 0810-9510-951. That's the number that you can call. Welcome. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Obina, sir. How are you, my sister?
I'm fine. Good evening, Obina.
It's only in River State I know that people come and grab people land and got away with it. If they want to grab any land, that means they don't have maybe traditional rulers. They are the problem sometimes.
How?
Okay, let me tell you something. They know each family that have that land. And if somebody from back and say, because sometimes they will bring people from outside and go and reside and collaborate with traditional rulers. Even though you go to any court, any land matter, the traditional rulers must be involved. Any land matter. This river zone is getting out of hand. And some people, some elders, will be afraid of the young boys that under court is. They say they don't want to die. They run away from the community. And these young boys will use that opportunity and sell the land to different people and be making money from it. If you go to court, I think courts don't have power to settle land matters sometimes. You read 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. And the traditional rulers and the elders know the real owner of the land. So that's why even if government involved, I say, they should maintain the status quo. Everybody should clear. Let the land be like that. Sometimes big forests will grow. Meanwhile, they have collected money from different people. Not small money. Some people will say 50 million, 70 million, 80 million.
Okay.
Now, the person that buy it will be having problem with somebody that rebuy. 3 people will buy 2 plots of land through different people.
Sad.
And they are mocking the people, especially in River State here. They make plans with traditional rulers. That's the truth. Nowhere you take it. Traditional rulers are involved.
All right.
So,
welcome to Today FM. Are you there?
Hello, ma.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes.
Comrade Kabari.
Welcome, Comrade Kabari.
Don't play. Let me give you an answer. You are a land grabber, right? And you want to come and grab something that does not belong to you. In the Bible, I think it is stated, he said, he had shifted the brother's demarcation into his brother's land, that the person will die. Are you with me?
I can hear you.
We have Ministry of Urban Development, and we also have, to grab land, right? If you ask me, it should be done. I will tell you, all I need to do is to go to the media. Everybody that is affected within that area that this land is about being grabbed, go to the media.
Okay.
And when you go to the media, either via jingle or let's say intervals of a week or 2 weeks. Now, if those persons here who are grabbing those lands erect any structure on it, allow them.
Okay.
Allow them, because they know the position of the law. But when they are done, 10, 15 days, mobilize from wherever you're coming from. Burn that house down. Set the house ablaze. ABCD. It is not, yes. It is not your land.
Set
is
what?
It your land?
Set what house ablaze?
Set whatever structure that was erected on it ablaze.
No. That's
yes.
taking laws into your hands completely. That's not. Welcome to the FM. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Set a house ablaze. I mean, no. That would cause even much more damage. Welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Very well, my name is Albert, and I want to remain anonymous.
All right, Albert. Well, you just said your first name. Okay, go on.
I have been indirectly, involved in this land grabbing issue.
Oh, thank you for calling.
My friend's land was grabbed, 9 plots of land, and that was at Eneka. We followed up the process. We followed up this land issue. We investigated until it gets to a point that it becomes that it is in the hand of one high respected king in River State.
Wow.
And another king in the same area that the land was bought.
This investigation was a private investigation, or you had the assistance
private investigation.
Oh, okay.
And we followed up. We met the kings, and the kings asked us, okay, we should meet so people. We met those people. They asked us to rebuy the land from them. We said we don't have money. They're asking us to buy the land because of the process we went through at 2 million naira per plot, while they are selling the land to other people at 5 million naira. This thing happened 3 years ago.
Okay.
And then we begin to plead until we said we want to give 2 million. They said we should bring it. Do you know that we brought this 2 million? They still collected the money and blocked our lines. The people that did the thing, I'm still seeing them till today. Nothing was done. The case was in court. In fact, let me allege that some judges are involved, some court registrars are involved, the police are involved.
Sounds like a systemic issue.
And there's some elders in the community. These things, nobody goes to any community.
So you mean how many plots? How many plots was involved?
9 plots. 9. No one was given.
So
9.
you mean there was 18 million paid initially, and another 18 million paid, and we
didn't pay again because we hadn't such money at the time.
Okay.
Yes, and then in short, my sister, the thing is just too much. We know the people that are doing this, but we can't do anything. So That's my own.
Thank you for sharing. Welcome to Today FM.
Good evening.
Good evening. What's
Anonymous.
all right?
See, I want you to checkmate this so-called estate developer.
Okay.
You buy 4 plots, you get 1. That's the problem of this land grab.
Okay.
The problem of land grab is estate developer. Because you cannot tell me that in a community, few people will come and say they have up to 50 plots of land. You see now the third community, and they will buy without, proper arrangement or asking how can some persons will get this kind portion of land. So their problem is estate development. Thank you.
All right. Welcome to Today FM.
Hello, Lady Queen.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, Reginald, I call.
Reginald, welcome, please.
Lady Queen, one of the problems that we are having today within our communities is the way we abandon our roots, where we come from early.
Okay.
The coming of Christianity, which is good though, is one of the problems. Otherwise, when our forefathers used to have their deities that was securing their properties, all these things was not happening. Because the moment you cross into another person's land, something will happen to that person. Nobody said, nobody will say nobody will say not to live where you are doing. You did it by yourself. But whenever since you embrace Christianity and abandon those things do you know that in those things our forefathers normally do rituals in our bush, in our farm.
So what are you saying will be the solution?
So if we want to stop the issue of land grabbing, because land grabbing is a network of authorities that are involved. But if we can go back to this, like as our mother had did, just like our mother Hannah, can you go and grab?
All right then, that's your solution. All right. Welcome to Today FM.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, welcome.
I'm laughing at that the last caller.
It's his opinion.
Oh, okay. It's Chinda calling from Chinda.
All right, go on, please.
These estate developers, they think Donald Trump those estate guys that became billionaires through estate, they think it's like this. You will just go to a community, one person will tell you, I have 100 plots. You will go and gang up with a magistrate and commissioner of police, and they give you one useless paper. You come and start destroying people's fence and this thing. Anything that comes to Africa is just a problem. Anything that starts in Africa is a problem. Look at the kind of problem this estate. If we have government in this state, the best thing to just tell these estate people to go out of River State. They should leave River State. They left their own place. They left Lagos, Ogun State, Ondo, Oyo, came to River State and they caused trouble in River State. If we have governor in this state, the governor should tell them to leave River State and go back to their state. None of these estates are from River State. None of them are even from Niger Delta. They're causing a lot of problem in this state. My sister, you should start a jingle. Tell these estate developers to leave River State.
So that's good. No, don't mention names and ask them to leave. Why would you do that? That's why I let you go. Right. So you think that that's the solution? You're saying that the solution is asking estate developers to leave, right? But going ahead to mention names, that's really not acceptable, please. 0810-9510-951. Call that number and you can be part of the conversation. You can also send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. We're discussing land grabbing activities and asking questions. How can this be curbed? What can be done? I did cite the method that Alessa community is using. They set up a committee. This happened December and November last year, where the paramount ruler set up a committee saying that the communities in Alessa, the committee oversees everything land activity. So before a land is purchased, you have to go through that committee. And it was said that every other community in Rivers State should adopt the method, even though they had not tried it, but they thought it was a brilliant idea. Welcome. What's on your... Okay. My name is Chinemeriam Chitu from Rumodogo. Some senior citizens are involved in this criminal act, also known as land grabbing. If anyone caught them, they should be properly investigated and made to face the full wrath of the law. The issue of land grabbing is now a norm in River State in general and in particular, hence the need for a total clampdown or any involvement, no matter how highly placed the person or group of persons might be. Kudos to Today FM for acquiring this land grabbing program. Chinemeriam Chitu from Rumodogo. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Please, Onya Dennis.
Welcome, Mr. Dennis.
Now, let me say this. Most times, as a result of maybe inferiority complex, we look down on ourselves as black people. Otherwise, when the white men came first to Africa, and they saw that we were worshiping, even though under trees, under mountains or hills and all that, you understand, which actually conforms to what Deuteronomy says, that God has specific trees. It says, these are the things you should build my temple with. You understand? But maybe ignorance is leading us to, abdicate from our own mode of worship, and then we will follow the other people's own. The truth is that I will want you as a presenter to do investigative journalism to find out the powers that Amadioha has exhibited, even in law courts. Carry the desk of judges, fling them out, and everybody will run away. That is the power of God. That is power of God. People have come to my house. I am the leader of the Amadioha Church. You understand? They have come to my house, dance. Oh, God, you should stop this thing. And I now tell them, I challenge you. Let me pray. And you pray. Let us see the one that will work. Instantly, just like the way Elijah did. Set up your own prayer, and I will set up my own. And you will see the one that will work. Instant, you will see it. You don't need any mirror to look at it. Thank you very much.
All right. That's also the solution you're proffering. This message says, good evening, my beautiful sister. If security agencies refuse to accompany these land grabbers to the site, knowing full well that they are doing illegal work, land grabbing will stop immediately. These estate developers are also contributing to land grabbing in our various communities from, thank God, Ability Atuibu. So there has to be, you're suggesting form of regulation. But just again, security agencies involved, the court, the judiciary involved, community leaders involved. Some of you are alleging, saying categorically. What else did you mention? I'm thinking of the other mentions you did. So if all of this, or these people, group of people, or authorities are part of this menace, what then would be done? So it means, like the question I asked, we should just accept that this is here to stay. Is that what it should be? We should just accept that this is where we are at, and we're going to deal with it. So if you are not a victim, you praise your God. If you're a victim, it becomes a terrible situation for you, or you're lost. I've had a conversation with a lawyer. I mean, we talked about this whole land grabbing activity, and he did highlight estate development and sometimes how their involvement and negotiations with communities, right, and how that could pose to one of the challenges that we have. So, but if these estate developers are going to be regulated, how would it be done? How would it be done and done properly? Because most times there's a committee set up here, there is a group of people, there's a task force that they're monitoring activities, it still gets mad. I mean, there are irregularities. I understand the human factor will never be taken away, and that's maybe insistence on some people to still be corrupt no matter what. We cannot entirely eradicate corruption. But the point is getting it to the point where it's really reduced. What can be done? The Alessa community thing, a lot of people think it's a brilliant idea. It is. Because if anything, land activity will be paused for a while and committees are set up, and this committee oversees. Yes, headed by human beings. Someone is asking, is it not human beings that would still be in the committee? Yes. But a committee is a committee because you don't have one person in it. You have a group of people and highly represented demography in the community, whether you have the women, the men, youth, and all. Traditional representation, traditional authority representation, and then the buyer has to go through that committee. Wouldn't that work? If Alessa said that they are experiencing progress and there's been a reduction in land grabbing activity by the setup of that committee, would this not work in other communities? Someone said you cannot copy and paste. Bring what's working in Alessa and paste in other communities. There would be those hindrances, but maybe that can be done because I don't know how much the task force have been able to control the activity of land grab, because we still hear around Obiapo that this one happened here, this one happened there. Or the inquiry, I don't know what the progress has been like or is like already. So that's why the conversation is around what can be done. Right, what can be done? 0810, or what more can be done? Because obviously a lot has been done already, and it seems we're not making a lot of progress. 0810 9510 951. You can call that number or send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. Any of those contacting us here in the studio, and let's find out your idea or your thoughts on land grabbing and what can be done exactly to curb this menace, right? You call that number 0810 9510 951, and you could sure be part of the conversation. There has to be a crackdown, right? And if this crackdown will be done, we need to do it with everything in us, even as a people. Welcome to Today FM.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Welcome.
Thank you. Concerning the issue of this land grabbing, I think in my village where I came from, if you tamper with another person's land, the person will find out that this is my land, and because I don't have money, and someone that has money more than me want to take it away from me, they'll go and do it their own way. That is why sometimes now Christianity is spoiling a lot of things. Yes, Christianity came to do us more good than harm, but people are using it to spoil things. Sometimes when you go to a shrine, you fetch water and sprinkle it, just pour it on the land. Anybody that does not, whoever that collected that land from you as it entered that place, he will fall. But now because of Christianity, people are becoming scared of doing that, and they are grabbing people's land. So I think the former way of doing it, that's the best. So that's my contribution. Thank you.
All right. I mean, if I've had a number of you calling and give this suggestion. All right, it's your thoughts, and thank you for giving your thoughts on this. Let's see if we have any thoughts on Facebook or even X. All right. Facebook, the major problem with land grabbing is that the people involved in the business are the prominent persons within the corridors of power, and they have frontiers who capture the lands while they give them cover, and this is the reason why it will be difficult for this evil to stop. Again, it's really sad. It's really a sad situation. People become victims of land dispute because of greed. I know at least one person that is a keeper in this land grabbing activity. He's even boasted with it, saying that they have all the machinery and nothing will happen. Wow. So there are people who the government, who security operatives can actually get, and they should be prosecuted. And they should be prosecuted. That's what it means, right? Because if there are some people who are identified or have been identified, why are they not prosecuted? What is going on? And that's a question to ask, isn't it? 0810-9510-951. That's the number that you can call, or send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Welcome,
My sister.
my brother.
You want to prosecute? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go on, please.
You want to do prosecution? You may buy on the process. They may come and buy in your house. It's already have a man that bought property around that place.
What happened? Your call dropped. Call again, right? If you can reach us. Well, before we wrap up this conversation, let's put a call across to Mr. Smith Dibia, who's always a security analyst on Security and You every Thursday here on Today 95.1 FM. Today is his birthday. Let's say happy birthday to him, to Mr. Smith. I hope he picks all right. Happy birthday, Mr. Smith Dibia.
Oh, thank you very much.
Happy birthday celebration. We wish you all the best here from all of us here at Today FM.
Thank you very much, I sincerely do appreciate.
Yes, you're welcome. Hope you know you're live on the air.
Oh, really?
Yes, you are. Oh, you didn't know? You're live on the air. So for everyone,
thank you.
Yes, absolutely. I hope you've had cakes to eat today. Have you had cake?
Really? Yeah. The staff in the office did a very good. They took me unaware. I thank God what they did. They really did well. They celebrated me very well. Thank you very much.
All right.
People around were calling. In fact, we just return all the glory to God.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you to the FM.
You're welcome.
For also celebrating me.
You're welcome. Happy birthday. Hope we're going to see you on Thursday, or will this be a vacation week for you?
I will talk security point to point. In fact, no longer I just got off from a particular radio station in Bonny.
Okay. So
I will be there on Thursday by God's grace.
All right, no problems. We do wish you a happy birthday celebration and great heights, and keep soaring in everything that you do. Happy birthday from all of us at Today FM.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Enjoy your day.
Yeah, bye.
Yeah, bye. All right. So if it's your birthday too, happy birthday to you. I think I've had a lot of people celebrate their birthday in this month of May. Where did all of you? Where? How did all of you come in? Well, let's just take this call and wrap up the land grabbing conversation. Welcome to Today FM.
Good evening.
Yes. Good evening.
The one go power from Akoka Beach.
All right. Go on, please.
Yes. In our place, land is precious.
You mean a chair?
Yes.
Okay.
You don't tamper with other people's land, it may take your life. Whether you are grabbing or doing anything with the government and you grab any person, you are just taking your life.
Really?
They will go extreme. Any area. You may have a stomach, or your stomach may grow so fat as if you are pregnant of triple, because there's something they will do and put there. For their bona fide land, you don't play with it, you don't tamper with it. If you do that, you will see the consequence immediately without wasting time.
All right.
When you have your own, we have demarcation. The last thing that will tell you that this is where your own. And many people have gone because of that. They take money or big eye and collect other people's land. They start perishing one after the other, dying until they recognize and come back and pass and tell the gods of the land, I beg, sorry. They will pay goat and far. They go and sacrifice before the gods will be happy with the family. And that's why you don't try to tamper. Your own is your own. Your own is your own. With demarcation. If your own finish, it has finished.
All right then.
And that's what we operate. All this land grabbing and granting. Anybody that is grabbing, they will not fight you. The gods of land will fight for them. Thank you, God bless you.
God bless you too. All right, so thank you for your calls. 8 o'clock, eyewitness report. So something pertinent to talk about. Please keep your phones close so you can call and let's get to hear from you what's happening around the state, your community, on your street, where you live, where you move past on a daily basis, or just anything to call government attention or relevant authorities' attention to, or even keep people on alert. Yes, on Eyewitness Reports here on Today 95.1 FM. Thank you so much. Good evening. I'm Queen Chima. You know, if there's one thing that fascinates me, fascinates the right word, is how sometimes you can be in the wrong and you are just being rightful. What did I just say now? Am I even making sense? No, you can be in the wrong and you're proud about it. And the person who is just doing her thing or doing his thing becomes the problem. What am I saying? The people that use one lane on this east-west road, have you experienced them? You're trying to cross the road. You're just moving calmly, and someone is just coming from somewhere, and the person is insulting you for doing. You're walking, you're moving, and this person is just coming from the lane that he's not supposed to be on, and the person is shouting on you. How can you fathom this? How can you fathom it? Right? I've experienced it a number of times, and go come off a road. Madam, come off a road. What's it? I'm like, wait, is this? Am I? Someone wake me up. Am I dreaming or something? Roads where we don't even have pedestrian lane, right? You're just using that small corner, right, close to the drainage. Obviously, that's the pedestrian lane, Abby, and you're moving, and then this person is just coming anyhow, a bike or a cab, and is telling you come out for road, but he or she is on the wrong lane. Interesting times or interesting things. It's the same thing with you who you just finish your sachet water or your bottled water or just anything, and the next thing on the road, put it in your bag. Yes, put it in your bag. Get to somewhere where you can properly dispose. I see that policemen getting some of these guys who are using, one way, getting them, and I like it. Right, I truly like what they are doing with some of them. But then it's a society we live in. We talk about the government, and we are the government. You just do the right thing. As human, we're flawed. I'm going to accept that. Right, we have areas that we can work on. But if you have a mind that is working, you just know what's right from wrong. Your mind, your body, everything will tell you that this thing we had to do, no, they right. Oh, I cannot go to that turn. It's too far. Before I take the turn, fuel is expensive. Someone was hit on that road last year. Young and promising woman. She just finished from work, and then this from just hit her. And she spent months in the hospital because of course the person escaped now. Hit and ran. Thank God for her life, right? Certain things that happen in our society can be averted if we just do the right thing. If only we do the right thing. Welcome to Eyewitness Report on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. I'm Queen Chima. It's 9 minutes now past 8, May 25. And I'm sure that a lot's been happening around you. Some of these things, some of you would say, Queen, I'm tired of talking about this. No attention is being paid to this that I've been calling the government to. This road is still as terrible as it is. Talking about roads now, I was somewhere around Obogoro, right? On one of those streets there, close. I don't know if that's a close or estate, I don't know. But I was just, while I was walking that road, that St. John's axis at off Iwofe, right? That's what it is. And I was moving past the road, and the construction was going on there and everything. I was like, wait, why does construction sometimes in the country, why does it have to be Herculean like this? Why, construction just destabilizes, like it's like your life should just end because the construction is ongoing. I know that constructing a road where people are actively living, businesses are going on, it could take one or two, it could, delay then also. But then I ask myself all the time, is this what it's supposed to be? It's the same thing with NTA, right? The number of years, I'm saying yes. Okay, yes. The number of months spent. And I'm asking, is it that enough money was not given? These contractors don't have a lot of people working, or what? Why is the pace always slow? And then people have to go through a lot because the road is being constructed. I'm just asking. Well, let's get to know what's happening around you. Eyewitness report. I mean, anything that you have seen that's caused your eyes to bleed. Maybe not blood, but cause tears to drop down your eyes, or maybe something you want to call government's attention to, an area, a building, a road, a school, whatever, infrastructure, a security alert. I mean, whatever it is, right? It's Eyewitness Report on Today 95.1 FM. The phone number to call is 0810-9510-951. That is 0810-9510-951. And then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. Imaman, this is really a compassionate appeal. Imaman says, the recruitment, my area report is, you mean Eyewitness Report, 5,000 teachers recruitment ongoing university is not transparent, rather politically motivated. Many people apply, but test message was given to few people for the exam. What about other people? How can you disqualify them for nothing? Therefore, the state governor should call the committee in charge to be transparent to the process, and everybody will go to the CBT test for the exam, not by appointment or selection, and even nepotism. The Commissioner of Education, Dr. Peter, should be transparent, not by selecting his own people and leave others behind. Sent by Imaman. All right, Imaman, thank you for that eyewitness report. I'd like to find out from you, what's your eyewitness report? All right, call the number that I mentioned earlier. I'll call it again. It's 0810-9510-951. That is 0810-9510-951. You can call that number. Then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. That is 0701-9339-962. Call that number and you would be live on the air to give your eyewitness report, what's happening around you. There are other things that we've been talking about over for the past months. We've talked about the refuse dumping in the state. I don't know what the situation is like, if it's still good. I mean, if we've seen that reduce. I think I've experienced some change here on the east-west road. I don't know about some other areas what the situation is like. If it's still good, then it's good. If it's not, maybe there has to be a lot more talked about so we can experience some level of change on our streets or on our roads. But then, what's your eyewitness report? Please call the numbers. Let's get to find out from you what's happening around you. Now, please, sometimes when you say, why do I bother talking about this? I'm tired of talking. Well, you have to because it's necessary, right? Because it can help the next person, right? And then calling government's attention. Never get tired of calling their attention to what they should attend to. It's if you're demanding, right? Accountability, demanding that you do what they're supposed to do. No, there's no getting tired about it. It should be talked about over and again. Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, my name is Praise God ATK, calling from Ubiman.
Welcome.
So my eyewitness is today primary election at Ubiman. The crowd that voted for ABC shows that Amechi is going to be the next president. And the second one is the Ubiman light that you have. There is no light, no good hospital, no market. Yes. Ever since our brother stepped down from governor, other governors, they are not even doing anything. They just back Ubima. They are not even doing anything in Ubima. I don't know. over 7 years now, there is no light in Ibima. They should help us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. 0810-9510-951. You can call that number and give us your eyewitness report. Welcome to Today FM.
Good evening.
It's Queen. Welcome.
Yes, Solomon.
Welcome.
I have two eyewitness reports.
Okay, go on,
Number
please.
one, I found out that since we are having a petrol scarcity, I would like this incoming governor to have that vision of building refinery, state refinery.
Incoming governor already?
Yes.
Is there an incoming?
27. Yes, Rivers do not have a refinery. There is no bad for state having a refinery. So that if the state refinery is working, it's functioning, the scarcity, there will be no scarcity of petrol again. You see? So if federal fail to function their own, at least states can maintain their own. If a single individual like Dangote can have a refinery, how much more state refinery? So we need refinery in our states. That is one. Two, you see this Obogoro Ring Road, that bridge covered. That covered, I will be talking about it every day. You see, because that gutter, that big gutter there, it's supposed to be primary, which is for that ring road. You see, so they should carry out that gutter, that big gutter. You see the kind of flood in Rumokwachi, Ozoba, to Rumokwachi. Now they are carrying us from Ozoba to Bogoro 500. Can you imagine that? You see, this one now, the rainy season have not started yet. So when the main rainy season will come, you see that the whole house, everybody will be flooded. The whole road will cover. You see, so that gutter will close. It will remain closed until the solution of that gutter will come. You see, so formally we are protesting. Ozoba, they will ignore. But now they have understand the detail of that gutter because it's blocked. And it will remain blocked until they will join us on the protest. Walk that gutter. Thank you.
All right. What's your eyewitness report? It's 0810-9510-951. That's the number that you can call to give your eyewitness report. That is 0810-9510-951. Whether it's about a road, about a school, about just anything at all right, that you want to give that report on, please, let's get to hear from you, because it's important that we know what's happening exactly in that area. All right, 0810-9510-951. Be our eyes. Yes, be our eyes extended to that community, to that area where you are at. Let's find out what the situation is like in that space. Right, 0810-9510-951. Welcome to Eyewitness Report on Today.
Again, Obogoro Health Center.
It's Queen.
Health Center again, because Obogoro, there are so many abandoned projects. You see, so that health center is also included on my request. They should come and start it. They vow to start it this week, and May is getting to an end. Nothing is happening. So Bogoro Health Center also, they should come and build it up. Thank you.
All righty. Okay. 0810-9510-951. Right, that's the number that you can call. Welcome. It's Eyewitness Report on Today FM.
Good evening. My name is Daniel. I'm calling from Okoko.
Okay.
My report is on this day from Okoro immediately after federal government secondary school, that's Bori Camp. You know, there's a place that they're doing sand filling, and the sand filling work is disturbing the major road. Some sand are also along the road, and it's not good. And it has been for like over a month, and it's up to now, it's still causing hold up. You know, because of government right now, because of this political situation going on in the state, I think government, I find they've gone to sleep. It's causing hold up, and nobody is telling them to try to, like, you know, take the people should be, you know, parking along the road. They should park by the, at least by the, close to the fence or inside, but rather they park beside the road, and a lot of sand are also along the road. It's causing hold up on that part of the road. It's not good.
Okay.
If you are coming from let's say from a Rumigo, you are, before you go to Boricam Gate, that sand thing that's going on there, you know, that thing is disturbing.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that information. All right. Any other? All right. That should be shared or talked about. Please, it's important to just highlight that so we can get to know exactly what's happening in that space. Right? 0810 9510 951. 0810-9510-951. I did ask about the refuse dumping, because we don't just bring up a matter and stop talking about it. I mean, we should go over it again. Go over it. Talk about it until we see like real change. Great real change. It's important that happens, and that's why I was asking about, I mean, what's happened with the refuse dumping. Is it something that has improved or it hasn't? Right, because if it has, then I'd like to find out from you what the situation is like in your area. Welcome to Today FM. What's your eyewitness report? That call dropped. Call again. Now, alternatively, a voice message on WhatsApp will do. The voice message on WhatsApp would work. 0701 9339 962. Voice message to that number would do a great deal. All right, a voice message, please, not a call. All right, a voice message, not a call, please. Drop a voice message or drop a text message. So in communities where there's been issue with all right, communities where there've been issue with electricity, right, you can also give a response. Welcome.
Good evening, my good sister Rodna. God bless you.
My name is Queen.
Okay, Queen, this Mr. UC.
All right, go on, please.
Thank you for accepting your boy. Please, so my eyewitness, you see, after the contractor handling this NTA Majesty area and that Dominion City side, you see, if that contractor finished that work there, they should not give that contractor any job in this state. That little play that will not take any good contractor more than 2 weeks to fix. Do you know that construction has been there? They have been doing that for more than 2 months now. Please, people are suffering. We know how much they are selling a liter of fuel. You will queue in that place, spend more than 20-30 minutes. At times, there is a day you will spend like 1 hour on that hold up there. Please, I don't know who is holding the work. If it is state government, to maybe they refuse to fund the contractor very well, or the contractor choose to delay the work. Please, they should do something. People are suffering in that place, that little place. We are suffering a lot in just that little place. At times you will get to that place, everywhere will block. If you are coming back, you know, you will queue from location flyover to that place. You can imagine the distance.
My governor have been expecting some work and all that. He should go there and know what is happening there. If it is NDDC or what are doing that work, he should tell them to speed up. People are suffering. That's the only road we have from Chobaya to that side. Now, if you want to pass even through the East Road to go to GRA, the Upper Junction, will hold you too. Please, they should do something. Even there's road from everywhere that will take you down to that NTA junction. Since they finished the flyover at location junction, they forget about that road. That road would have helped for this kind of things. Then from the other judge, that what's the name of Ben Wesley? You know that road will take you down to New Road, will take you down to Open University, but they refuse to fix that road after the flyover.
All right then.
They should try and do something and help with the motorists so that at least God will help us now.
All right. All right. Quite an appeal. Hopefully, we'd see that changes. All right, 0810-9510-951. That's the number that you can call and be part of Eyewitness Report. You can send a text message to 0701-9339-962. Text or WhatsApp message, and then you can do an audio recording too. Let's see what we have with this.
This is where they've been issued with.
Good evening.
Right.
I'm just calling. My witness is this room of watching. The place is very, very bad. The road is disturbing. As rain fall, you can't even see where you put your leg. And walk. Everywhere is messed up. Everywhere is water flood everywhere. Please rehearse and complete that route.
All right. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Yeah, good evening, Queen.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, my name is Wilson. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Welcome, Wilson.
Yeah, Wilson. Yeah, my eyewitness report is the street where I live is called 7th Avenue, right behind the Federal Housing Estate. Yes. This street is not more than high as 2 posts. We suffer a lot when it rains. Any moment it rains, all the buildings in that street, you must swim to get into your compound. Real swimming, not a joke. And I don't know what is wrong with this street. The street light that was shared every street within the federal housing down to the streets adjoining to our own was half the street lights. We didn't have any in that street. This MTN pole, the communication pole that have been planted in every corner of this state, that street have only 2 at age. I don't know whether we are cursed, and we suffer a lot when it rains. So I've been talking about this. I don't know the authorities that are, whether NDDs of state government, they can come to our aid. When we get back into that street, it wasn't flooding. But some people built and covered the way that the water is moving from. So the water moves very slowly. When it rains, every compound will be flooded. It will take about hours. Then the thing will gradually be drying up. It might take more than 24 hours if there's no other rain. So I'm begging that authority concerned should look into it. We are human beings. We live in the state. We pay our tax and all the bills we are supposed to pay. So I think we should be considered. 7th Avenue is the name of the street. Nothing.
Happening there. All right. Thank you so much for that eyewitness report. Good evening, Lady Queen. My name is Miriam Chitu from Rumodogo. It is now clear that some people are more focused on political games than real leadership. It's quite unfortunate. That Rumodogo community in Imo Local Government area of Rivers State, no community health center, healthcare center are basic necessity, not luxuries. We're calling on the right authorities, the River State government, local government, and leaders, NGOs, and well-meaning individuals to urgently come to the aid of Rumodogo people. Our healthcare center needs renovation, equipment, drugs, and proper support, while deserves urgent attention to improve security and protect lives and property. The people of Rumodogo deserve better. A healthy and safe community is the foundation of development. Please, make government hear our cry and act now. Also, the poor condition of Mbogizi Road is not accessible at all. Please, let the relevant authorities do the needful. Chinemiriam Chitu from Rumodogo. All right, thank you for texting. We'll take this commercial, and when we return, we'll take more calls from you. And also, remember I said you can drop a voice message, right? If the cause is not going through, you can drop a voice message to 0701 9339 962. A voice message, that's for WhatsApp. Then you can also do text or text message to that same number, alternatively 0701 9339 962. It's still Eyewitness Report on Today 95.1 FM.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player, or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat, or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer, or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony? At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Eyewitness Report on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Now, the number to call is 0810 9510 951. And then send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. And let's get your eyewitness report.
Hello, Queen. Good evening. My queen of the house. I'm calling and writing from Asarito Aluju in Buguma City. In Jinemeka is my name. Queen, my eyewitness is that in Rumosi Rumekini aside where I am now. Since I never see light, the only night they give us light, not for daytime. So what is happening? We only see night. So not for daytime. So why? We the workers, the engineer, we need the light to use to work on for daytime. I beg, help us call the number people in Rumosi Rumekini. Thank you.
I wouldn't tell you what I almost said. Oh, goodness. You know, there's something called, when you get used to a situation, you always want to act a certain way. I almost say, they see for night. No way. Oh, goodness. That shouldn't be the reaction. Right? Because there's a girl who calls on the show who's from Ubi, and she says, we haven't seen power for how many years? And then there are also other areas where people say, see, we don't even know what electricity looks like. You saw someone already saying incoming governor. incoming sounded like elections have even held, right? Please, let's do something about electricity. We can generate and distribute electricity now, okay. River State government, what are we going to do? Incoming governor, please have that in mind. So that could even be a campaign promise. Oh, good God. Right. So thank you so much. Rumosi. Did you say Rumosi or just Rumekini? The power situation is epileptic there, just like a number of other places in River State experiencing maybe no power at all or epileptic supply. And if we go into the details of all the explanation to the power issue, the tussle, the problem in the country, we could do that on Business Today. 0810-9510-951. What's happening around you, right? Eyewitness report. What's that thing you've seen? What's that thing you're experiencing that you need to talk about? please call the number and let's hear from you. Who knows? You could wake up tomorrow, it's fixed. The next week, it's fixed. Not magical, but actual work done in that area. I mean, it could happen. Yes, it could. Right. Let's hear from you. What's happening in your area? Something you've seen that's an eyesore somewhere that you need to call attention to. That's what this program is about. Every weekday here on Today 95.1 FM. Monday through Thursday, rather. We'll do that and get to hear from you what the situation is around you. 0701 9339 962 for text or WhatsApp message. Welcome.
Good evening, my sister. How are you?
I'm fine, my brother. Good evening.
Thank you so much. I'm calling from Elder from Oyibo.
Elder, welcome.
Actually, my eyewitness report is concerning the Ghost Bill here in Oyibo West, near the Catholic Church. It beat my imagination.
The what? Refuse?
Yes, refuse dump.
Oh, goodness.
Yes. It beat my imagination.
It's close to the market, Abby?
No. Not that of market. I'm not even talking of that of market. I'm talking of the one that is close to Oyibo West, near Catholic Church, Oyibo West.
Okay.
Old Aba Road.
My
sister, it's like either the owners of that environment, or what they call it, either they just use a kind of caterpillar push one part of the reason, but nothing was done. So, and we have been complaining of this refuse dump there. The government of Oyibo are doing absolutely nothing. The scavengers have even used the dustbin over the other side of gutter. Water is not flowing at all.
The rains have started.
I began to wonder, does it mean that we do not have a government again in Oyibo? Is it only to come and use all these boys for revenue collection? Why not come and do the job? I mean, if you come to that particular place near the Catholic Church, Oyibo West, my sister, you will, if any day there's heavy downpour, my good God, you will. In fact, how people are living that area, I don't even know. The place is smelling. The dustbin is gradually entering the road, and the government is doing nothing. This is where they have to step up the game, and they make sure if these scavengers, do you know that every minute of the day they are there, they now cash in on the losses of the government. They said the government that they are not doing anything. They go there, they scatter the dustbin every day. They as they scatter it, they don't return it back. Even human being. Now, some people when they come to drop their dustbin, particularly by this time, people just take out and throw it and cover the gutter.
Yeah.
The other side of gutter is already covered long ago. Government is doing nothing. Now this other one that is flowing, they have almost covered it again. I mean, really the government of Oyibo should listen. They should give a listening ear to this. This is their local government. We have a government in place. I don't understand. It beats my imagination, honestly. I don't understand what kind of country is this. You see them, all of them are concentrating on politics. Do the job that you are being elected for. Where? God.
The sad situation. And the drainages, you just talked about the drainages. I can imagine. So some areas already start getting flooded because if the water is not going to move, then it's just stand still. It affects if it's not going to move, depending on how the drainage is channeled and all. It's a terrible situation. I hope that they attend to it as soon as possible. Welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Can you turn down the volume on your listening device, please?
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening.
This is calling from Egrita.
Welcome.
Yes, our problem has been lack of power supply from December 2025 till now, about 6 months ago. So we don't know. In fact, if it is epileptic supply, for being better, we do not see it at all. We want to find out what is the problem with NEPA and Egrita. Can you help us to find out these things? We don't have lights. They don't bring it. They don't even show anything from December last year till now.
Mm.
That's a problem.
That's
so how do we get it solved, please?
That's sad. Who are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah. So you've not heard anything from? Do you have like some sort of lies committee or some people in charge?
Previously, when they were bringing their estimated bill, they still bring bill. But since then, they don't bring bill, and there's no light.
They don't bring the bill again.
No, they don't bring bill. Previously, last year they were bringing bill. You complain you don't have light, but they bring. Sometimes they will bring it. They will bring the light, but from December, no light, no bill.
You haven't reached out.
Sorry?
You haven't reached out to them.
We are reaching out to them through you.
Okay.
Yes, because we cannot go to NEPA and tell NEPA, please give us.
I'm aware that sometimes when you have like electricity challenges in certain areas, you have like this committee that go around or move around to sort it out. Is there nothing like that existent?
This is the whole Igrita area. It's not a particular area community, but the whole Igrita, there's no light.
Wow.
There's no light. The only thing we see is the one that government supply. This
the one they call federal.
Yeah, no, not that one. This street light they put everywhere.
Oh, okay, that one.
The solar they mounted everywhere. But in the house, in the yard, there's something like NEPA. There's something like street like this thing now. So please help us reach out to NEPA. What is wrong with Igrita?
Okay. Thank you. Welcome. It's Eyewitness Report.
Good evening, my sister.
Good evening.
I am Otiwa Base. Obogoma.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. How far now?
I'm fine. How about you?
Okay. My sister, I say this every time. Film have decided to go. Then as he's going, you should remember the local government and pensioner. Because get himself into will be good for him. He should remember local government pensioners. That is my own point. So under one, Obogo, my village in Amora local government, we are suffering so much that the other, I think that was last week, that my sister fell on uncompleted the road that Amechi did and broke her leg. I personally am begging the governor and the local government chairman, Kidi Lloyd, to remember us at least to help us this light and this road. Even if he grades it, no problem. Even if he cannot tie it, no problem. Let all the pits close so that my people will not be getting broken legs. I tell you, come and investigate. You will see broken legs of women and men of Obogo community. I'm begging if it should be from you, I think that should be the best. Thank you very much.
All right.
Obogo man. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Obogo man. Well, that's it. Thank you for giving your thoughts and your eyewitness reports. We have to go now. I'm Queen Chima. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Football fans, the biggest football night of the season is here. This 30th May 2026. Get ready for the ultimate UEFA Champions League final experience with the unbeatable Today FM Sports crew and you, the real fans, live at Amora Resort. It's going to be action like never before. It's going to be Budapest away from Budapest. Massive screens, an electric atmosphere, fun games, fan battles, music, loads of giveaways, amazing freebies, and unforgettable moments with fellow football lovers. And guess what? Come rock in your favorite football club jerseys and represent your team with pride. Businesses and brands, this is your chance to connect with passionate football fans from across the city. Sponsorship opportunities are now open. Call 0812-596-9594. Again, 0812-596-9594. UEFA Champions League Final Watch Party with Today FM Sports Crew. Only at Amora Resort, Budapest, away from Budapest.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your
A few weeks ago, I talked about a young man who learned very quickly, not just learning from those who were ahead of him. He went to school and he studied how to run sports, not just football, not just in Nigeria. At some point, some person said his plan was to become the General Secretary of Nigerian Football Federation. Some said he wanted to work in CAF. Yes, why not if he is qualified? Today is being celebrated. You can call it back-to-back. Just 1 year interval, taking Rangers to the pinnacle where they belong. As team manager, he won the Nigerian Premier League with Enugu Rangers. Then he came back as the overall boss at Enugu Rangers, and they have done it again. Barrister Amobi Ezeaku is still celebrating. We're also celebrating the Flying Antelopes qualifying to play in the CAF Champions League as champions of the league in Nigeria. This feat was achieved on Sunday in Lagos. My name is Godwin A. Nagana. Take a quick break. When we come back, joining us on the other side is Barrister Amobi Ezeaku. Welcome back, and many thanks for staying with us. Barrister Amobi, congratulations. How does it feel? Does it still look like a dream or something you knew would definitely happen?
Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, it feels like a dream still, but it's real. It's real. I'm thankful to God. I'm thankful to God. God alone did this. I'm really, really thankful to God. 9-time champions of Nigerian Premier Football League. It can only be God, because we had other great teams contending. It feels surreal, but yeah, it has come to stay. Thank you, sir.
So, Amobi, talk us through this journey, 2025-2026 Nigerian Premier Football League season. There were turbulence along the way. Did you set a target for yourself and the team when you were starting off that you were going to win the league title? If not, at what point did you start believing that you can win it? And when you had that turbulence, what was it like for you? Fidelis always in the national team with the Super Eagles. You had an assistant. Sometimes you will win, sometimes you will lose. I read stories on the social media. There was a young man who was always on social media saying Fidelis is destroying the team and what have you, he should be sacked and blah, 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 blah. Tell us, at what point did you start believing that Rangers can be the champions for the 9th time of the Nigerian Premier Football League?
Yes, as you know, we have our strategic plan. Centrally, we chose to follow without adding pressure to anyone, putting pressure on anyone. So when the season started, I told the team, just try to be more, try to develop more, try to excel more, try to be more disciplined, be more focused, and we see how far we can go. Our eyes were never on the title, because the other 19 clubs also may have their own mission and vision for the season. But when we got closer and closer, we started believing. Even as at the last day, we knew it could go to Port Harcourt. We knew the cup would go to Port Harcourt. We also knew that Lagos was going to be a tough place. So I think that the point I knew we were champions was until the final whistle at the waterfront at Honeycomb Stadium. And for Coach Ilechukwu, he's going to the national team and coming back. It's an addition to the Rangers project because he gets superior knowledge from Coach Eric, and then he comes to Rangers to transfer this knowledge. For the persons criticizing on Facebook, on social media, it's some of the things that fuel us to be more. I know the page you are talking about, they have the right to freedom of expression, and we appreciate them for that, and as well congratulate them for winning the league with us.
That's well said. Barrister Amobi Ezeako, General Manager, CEO, Enugu Rangers, the latest champion, Nigerian Premier Football League champion in town. Now, let's go to specifics. In all honesty, when you had your last game to play in Lagos against Ikorodu City, and Rivers United had Katsina United to play at home in Port Harcourt, what was it like? Was it planned to come to Lagos to win, or it was a case of whatever happens, let's just take it? After all, we have a CAF Champions League ticket. Did it cross your mind, Barrister Amobi, that Enugu Rangers can come to Lagos and win that game? You came with, I saw about 10 luxury buses. They took off on the morning of the game for Lagos. You took over the whole Honeycomb Stadium. Wow. Please talk us through, if you came to Lagos, having it at the back of your mind that Enugu Rangers can win in Lagos.
Yeah, the final fixture for the season, Rivers to play in Port Harcourt, a fortress for them, and then coming to Lagos to play against a big side, Ikorodu City. It's always tough, really. But in Enugu, we kept talking to ourselves, we could do this, and we kept really psyching ourselves up. I spoke a lot to the players and to the technical crew as well, that Lagos has a way of favoring Rangers. You know, the fans of Lagos, they love Rangers for some reasons, and it worked out for us in the game against Ikorodu City. It was a tough game, but it's the beauty of football. It's the beauty of football. So I think that we came to Lagos believing we could win. We didn't come hoping that anything that happens, we will take it. But again, in football, anything can happen. But we were favored on the day, and we give glory to God.
Amobi, let me take you back to the game before this one. That was a game against Bender Insurance in Enugu. It ended, albeit controversially. A lot of persons said so much about that game and what have you, that it wasn't won fairly. I mean, there was a penalty call and what have you. How did that motivate your team, Enugu Rangers, to come to Lagos and win fairly in the presence of the eyeballs of the world, you know, making it happen, winning on the pitch of play, and everybody applauded Rangers for emerging deserved champions of the Nigerian Premier Football League 2025-2026 season. I repeat again, did that fuel you, that criticism, did it fuel Rangers International to come to Lagos? Let's win it and let the world see that we are the best team in the country?
Yeah, the game against Bendel Insurance ended well, fair and square. A penalty call was given, and then we played the penalty and we got our goal. So any other discussion on that is subject to the person discussing it. So I don't think I have any right to speak about it. We won that game fair and square. We got our goals, and we moved on to the next game, which we also won. So that's football. Football is about controversies as well.
You know, there's this question I like to ask all the time. Amobi, when the final whistle went in Lagos, who was the first person that you called? And what did you say to the person?
When we had the final whistle, I wasn't with my phone. But later, when I got my phone, I spoke with my wife. I spoke with my boys. They were already set to go to bed. It was just congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. And then subsequently, the call from the state governor, Dr. Peter Ndubisimba, and he expressed his joy as well. Yeah, but family first.
Barisa Amobi Ezeaku, thank you so much for being part of the show. I know you are in celebratory mode. I'll let you be for now. We will not talk about the CAF Champions League. Last time out, it wasn't good at all. But hey, let's savor this moment and then we'll come back to how Rangers is getting ready for the CAF Champions League. Can they go as far as possible? Can they win it? The last time I spoke with Fidelis Ilechukwu, when Rangers crashed out of the CAF Champions League, he said this was not good for his brand. He wasn't a happy man. What will Rangers do differently this time? This will be some other time, not now. Let Rangers celebrate this victory. Let's join them in celebrating this victory. They are called the Flying Antelopes and 9 times champions of the Nigerian Premier Football League. It's not a joke at all. Once again, Amobi, thank you so very much for talking to us.
Thank you, sir. It's always a pleasure to speak with you. We will do our best to do well in the CAF Champions League. We're already strategizing, but like you said, when the time comes, we will talk about it. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Barrister Amobi Ezeaku, General Manager, CEO, Enugu Rangers. For those who do not know, this will be the 9th time that Enugu Rangers will be winning the Nigerian Premier Football League. 1974 was the first time they did it, and of course, in 1975 they did it again. 1977 Rangers won. 1981, 1982, 1984, then 2016. We all remember Imama Amakpakabo was the coach of that team when they won the league after 30 years of waiting. Then Fidelis Ilechukwu came in. He was there to stabilize the team. Rangers almost went down under the man Abdul Mekaba as the head coach. Fidelis, from stabilizing the team, won the league with Enugu Rangers. This was just 2 years ago, 2 seasons ago precisely. He has come back again in 2026. Do remember, my last conversation with the young man, I asked him what was the target from the get-go. He said they just want to play, enjoy themselves, and if possible, get on the continent. Hey, reality is that they are the champions of the Premier League in Nigeria, deservedly so. My heart bleeds for Remo Stars. I thought they were going to survive. 90 minutes, they were leading 1-0 at the Samuel Ogbomodia Stadium in Benin City. Unfortunately, they conceded a goal scored by Chijioke Akuneto, one-time top scorer of the league in Nigeria, former MFM FC striker. That's the end of a good story by Remo Stars. Are they coming back very quickly next season? Well, we will wait and see. But let me tell you something. I've heard a story about 2 teams owned by the same owner not being able to play in the same league in Nigeria. In the Nigerian National League, there is no rule like that at all. The only thing for footballing reasons is that both teams cannot be in the same group. But Beyond Limits Football Club of Ikene and Remo Stars of Ikene, owned by Honorable Kule Shoname, will play in the NNL, but they will be in different groups when the season kickstarts sometime this year. Okay, the other teams that went down, you already know. Ekanemi Warriors went down at the point they were third on the table. Then they lost at home to Shooting Stars. That was the beginning of their problem. Joining them, you have Bayelsa United, who went down, still defeated Kwara United by 4-0 on Sunday in Yenagoa. Wiki Tourists just spent 1 season in the top flight and they are back in the Nigeria National League. That's what it is. But hey, join me in celebrating Shooting Stars Sports Club of Ibadan. They have waited for 27 years to get back on the continent. Yes, they are back. They lost in Mina to Niger Tornadoes by 1-0. But because Ikorodu City lost 2-1 in Lagos, it meant that it was Shooting that picked the ticket to play in the CAF Confederation Cup. That's how the season ended. 200 million naira goes to Rangers of Enugu. And also don't forget that for every club that participated in the Premier League in Nigeria, they got 10 million naira before the season started. So every club got 10 million naira. Then the overall champion Enugu Rangers got 200 million naira. The Nigerian Premier Football League for you. The teams that have replaced Remo Stars, Bayelsa United, Wiki Tories are Inter Lagos of Lagos, Sporting Lagos of Lagos. You have Doma United of Gombe, and of course, Ranchers Bees of Kaduna. That's about the size of the show. It is Global Sports Update with yours truly dedicated to the Nigerian Premier Football League that came to a befitting end at the weekend. My name is Godwin A. Nakana. Let's keep praying for Nigeria. God bless Nigeria.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe, your voice, your opinion? Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people. Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies.
ìlú Dublin láàdá gbé kọrin lọ́wọ́ jí bọ́.
And it concerns not just the rich, but yeah, if you can afford the service, it concerns you, right? If you can afford what we're talking about, it concerns you. And if you also have people who volunteer to do this same service for you, then it concerns you, because it's important that whatever gets into your stomach, you should be careful. You should be thorough about it. Now, it's about someone who was hired a chef. Yes, and he wasn't really a chef because he had other plans for coming into the house or the household that he came in to do the duty or the work of a chef. Now, we know, only people who can afford having a chef or who can afford the service of a chef should be concerned. No, if you also have people who cook for you, maybe not professionally, but maybe a friend who just comes over to your house to cook, or you have people who volunteer to make meals for you, should also be careful. You should not just it's not only the rich, even people who don't have a chef, they also have maybe friends come over to the house to cook, or order food online. Now, this is not a shade to chefs or people who do home cook meal service or people who do food business online. But as if there's an original, that's to tell you that there'll always be the fake. There's a counterfeit because original exists. So we know that there are very professional chefs and people who do this food business online, and they do it excellently well. But there are also people who use that as a disguise to do their evil act or to do some of their very cunny things going on. And there's this wave now of private chef going on that people use it as a disguise. I'm a private chef. I can come cook in your house. You just tell me the meals you want. You pay for my service. I come to your house to cook the meals. That's the job, or that's the business I do. I'm a private chef. We know that there are really people who do that as their business, but some people use that now as a disguise to get into your house and steal from you. Some people come into your house in the guise of I am a chef. They will cook the meal and take your money. They'll cook the meal and take your gold or take your valuables. Some of them will cook the meal and lace the meal with some substance that will make you pass out, or whatever intention they have for it. So let's be careful, and that's why I'm bringing this on here. Not only those who can afford the service of a chef, if you also have people who come in to cook for you, or you have friends, just come over and cook, or you're the type of person that any small thing, you are talking to someone, next thing you're asking the person, when are you coming to cook for me now? You're just talking to a girl, and the next thing is, when are you coming to see me? When are you coming to cook for me? Do you know how to cook? Maybe you just come and cook spag in my house now. Just come and cook stew and rice. Or just come and cook soup. Be careful before they cook for you and lace your food with something that you do not you don't know, and or that will be your case. So let's be careful and let's be thorough with the things that we take into our body and consume. Vet the people that you allow into your house and your space and your privacy. Your house is not a restaurant or a public place that you want to see somebody. The next thing is, come to my house. Come to your house to do what exactly? Now, let's be fair. You're just talking to somebody. Next thing, come and see me in my house. Come to your house to do what? Are they sharing money in your house? Is your house a restaurant? Is your house a cinema where we can go see a movie? Now, this is just a side note, but it also concerns this, because you should be careful the people you let into your house. You just say somebody, come and see me in my house, and you don't even know if the person is a thief, if the person is a witch, if the person is a spy, if the person is a kidnapper or an armed robber. You don't care. Especially the other gender. They just, come and see me in my house. You don't know what the kind of person that person is. It's important that your house is your space. So you should vet the people who come in. I know that we can't be too careful, but let's try to be careful. Now, I'm saying all of these words or talk because of the matter that we're talking about on here tonight. Yes. How that the police arrest a man who poses as a chef. But he went to the house. He actually cooked for the people, for the household, but he drugged them. Cooked the meal, drugged them, laced it with whatever substance he used,
and he made away with their money. 150 million naira from the residents that he went to cook. Now, I say, I don't have 150 million. If somebody comes to my house, what can they steal? But there are other valuables that you may have. Documents that are important to you. Are they not valuable? Even if the little money that you have, you don't need to have 150 million. Is it not your money? Is it not valuable? You may have other important things in the house that are important to you that are valuable. So it must not be until they come take 150 million. You should call out a thief. A thief is a thief, even if you don't have anything that he can steal. Abi? That's right. Let's read what happened, though. How this chef got into the house, cooked the meal, drugged the occupants of the house, and made away with 150 million naira from the residents and other luxury items. This may just be another pattern that some of these people are trying to use now. Oh, I'm a private chef. I'm a private massage therapist. I'm a private masseuse. Now, I know that there are people who do this job as their job or their business professionally, but there are also people who use that as a disguise to do their evil. So let's be careful. Before you invite anyone into your house for whatever reason, visit, to cook, to clean, to keep your house tidy, a washerman, a washerwoman, a laundry woman, a cleaner or whatever, vet the people and be careful. Not just allow anyone come do anything in your house, because that's your space and that should be sacred. Right? Yeah. So the police arrest this chef over drugging, theft, and other valuables. This happened in Abuja. The Nigerian police force has arrested the chef known as John Cosmos Govi over his alleged involvement in the drugging of occupants and theft of luxury items worth about 150 million naira from a residence in Abuja. This is the man who went to cook as a chef. It could have been a woman. It could have been anyone. So it's not a gender thing at this point. There are men who that's their job, that's their business. A man as a chef, a woman as a chef. So it's not about a gender thing now. It's just about being careful. In a statement released on Monday, signed by the Force Public Relations Office at Force Headquarters, DCP Anthony Okon Placide, the suspect was arrested by operatives of the Force Intelligence Department Intelligence Response Team, FIDIRT, over allegations including criminal conspiracy, housebreaking, administering suspected harmful substances, malicious damage to property, and theft. According to the police, preliminary investigations show that Govi, who's the chef, who reportedly trained as a chef in Cotonou, Benin Republic, secured employment within the residence after linking with two accomplices identified as Peter and Moses, who are currently at large. So he is really a chef now. He went through the whole culinary school, the chef thing in Cotonou, Benin Republic. He got a job as a chef in one of these residents in Abuja. So you come in, cook, you take care of the kitchen and everything that has to do with the food and drinks that the people in that house consume. But he had other plans. So probably he came in and saw that, this is a big house. So, the owner of this house has money. Because, of course, being a chef in that house, he probably know or hear some of the conversations people in the house have, or maybe transactions that he has had. Millions of naira. 150 million, 200 million, business, this, that, deal, conversations. And he already knows this is the house of a wealthy person. So I'm going to not only cook, I'm going to still get my own share. And he's probably being paid. But Ojukokoro he wants to get more than he deserves in that house. So he looks for a way, plots a way with two other people as his accomplice. So he was not the only person who did that. He had other people join him do it. This is also a way for us to bring our attention back to domestic staff. If you have a domestic staff, be good to them, be kind to them. But notwithstanding, before you employ someone into your house as a domestic staff, be sure that to an extent, this person is a good person. And this person has no criminal records. This person is, people that, family members of the person, or you just know someone that, this person is answerable to or accountable to. Not just anyone. No matter how good they are with the job or the service that they are rendering. Now, even if you do not have a domestic staff, if you have someone who comes to your house to maybe clean do some laundry, tidy your house, or even artisans who come into your house to, oh, please come and fix my electric whatever, or my bulbs, and the connection in my house is, there's a connection here that is wrong. Please, an electrician comes in to come fix it. Be careful of people that just let into your house. Oh, please come fix my sink or the pipe in my bathroom or my kitchen. I need a plumber. Be careful too. Some of these artisans, they do more than just the work that they are called in to do. Some of them come to fix one or two in your house, and they use their eye as CCTV camera to scan your house and just look at different places. And they'll go out and plot a way to come back in or break into your house to say, oh, when I entered the house, I saw this. No, I saw something there. I did this. They have money. This person has money. This person can. They'll just look for a way to plot a way to come back into the house and get, rip you off your money. All right, let's get back to the news. According to the investigation, it showed that he was a chef trained in Cotonou, Benin Republic. He had two other accomplices join him, identified as Moses and Peter. Findings indicated that the suspect allegedly monitored the routine and security layout of the residence before executing the operation on 23rd of April 2026, using food prepared in the house to incapacitate the occupant. So he had studied the house already. It's not like it wasn't he came to the house that he now started, trying to get money off them. He probably was doing his chef duties, and he was scanning the house using his eyes to, oh, this is a corner you can come out. Oh, there's another door outside. There's a gate you can come in. There's a gate you can go out from. Oh, the fence is not so high. Oh, all of that stuff that he'll probably doing before he executed his operation. And then how did he execute the operation? Because he's a chef, no one will suspect that the food or the meals that he makes will be laced with substances that can harm the people eating the food. So he used the food that he prepared in the house to incapacitate the occupants. I don't know whatever substance that he put in the food, but that was how he was able to execute his plan. The suspect carefully studied the routine, movement, and security structure of the residents before executing the operation, the statement said. There's a particular person that always comes to your house to clean. Oh, there's a particular person that comes to fix some of the disconnection in your house. Oh, there's a particular person that knows all of the nooks and cranny in your house. And it's almost like the person is now a family member, because if they come to fix your house, you leave them in the house and you just allow them to do whatever they do, and you just leave them in the house. Oh, this person always comes to fix it. So please, when you are done, finish and drop my key. You're so comfortable with strangers that are irregular in your house coming to do whatever they do. What if while they're trying to fix a connection, they plant something there, like a camera, or they plant something there that would harm you? How would you know? Does it matter now? It's not like you should suspect everybody, or you should not have you shouldn't trust anyone, or you should have trust issues. But you need to be careful, vigilant, and thorough, especially now that there's just a lot of insecurity and a lot of people are doing everything and anything just to extort and get money off people. You should be careful. So going forward, right, the police added that the alleged plan involved first rendering occupants unconscious, because there was no way he would have been able to get into the house to steal. Of course, he comes to cook, or he cooks in the house, but he wouldn't have been able to execute that if all of the occupants were wide awake. So he had to make them sleep. He had to just make them unconscious, whatever. So don't even know the substance he had put in their food, but he had to render the occupants unconscious before gaining access for his accomplices to complete the operation, because, he's in the house, right? So they'll not suspect him. But the other two persons that he was bringing into the house, they don't know them. The madam or the oga or the children or every other person that lives in the house don't know those other people. So for them to gain access into the house, everyone in the house had to be unconscious. The investigations revealed that the suspect, who reportedly trained at a catering school in Cotonou, Benin Republic, secured employment as a chef within the residence after establishing a contact with two accomplices identified as, I already took that part. It further stated that food prepared within the residence was laced with suspected sedative substance intended to incapacitate the occupants and security personnel. So it's not only the people in the house, so gatesman self-joined. He gave the gateman or man food Of course, chef in the house now, who would think that the food that you have been eating since, is it now that you now feel somehow about the food? You eat it gladly and you not think anything. But did you know that he had ulterior motives? So he gave the security men food, the security personnel there, and the occupants, and they ate. But they didn't know that he had laced it with a sedative substance that will make them unconscious. The statement also detailed how the operation escalated after the victims were allegedly incapacitated. After the substance took effect, the suspect facilitated the entry of the accomplices into the residence, where the gang vandalized the CCTV monitoring system. So it was not just a regular house. The house had a CCTV. So yeah, they knew that for them to do the operation, they had to, of course, they had to destroy the CCTV camera, so there will not be any footage. So they had to vandalize that monitoring system, and they ransacked the apartment, checked everywhere, turned everywhere upside down, downside up, upside down, everything. They ransacked it, and they got money and carted away cash alongside the 20 luxury wristwatches valued at approximately 150 million naira, the police said. So they got money and they took luxury watches. So if you're listening right now and say, I don't have a chef, but you have an artisan who comes to work on your house, but you leave them to do their job and you walk away and allow them when they are done to drop they know every nook and cranny in your house. They have access to your space and everything that you do. Or you have someone who comes to clean, good and fine, but you leave your house to them to do whatever it is that they want to do, and you don't care because they are always coming. They are used to it, your house. They know how it works. They know where to drop the key. All of these are safety measures. It's not that you should be suspicious of everybody, but it's just a safety routine. Oh, the security person in your house, the person that locks the gate. Yeah, when you're done, please lock the gate or you go to sleep. Sometimes you should walk around, right? Walk around and notice and check if there are any irregularities, if there are any maybe suspicious movement or activities. It's just for safety. Yes, it's important. Oh, you have someone that locks the gate. Sometimes just to try to maybe, if you sleep, they know your routine that once it's 9 p.m., you're already in bed. If they want to do anything suspicious, they already observe and they know your routine and they know that this is how it works with you. It will be easy for them to carry their plans or execute their operation. So sometimes just be spontaneous, or sometimes just be unpredictable. Because if you're so predictable, they know that 9 to 10, this is where you go. 10 to 11, this is when you come back. Oh, by 12, this is what you're doing. They can predict your every move. It will be easy for people like this to do whatever it is they want to do. But sometimes just be unpredictable. If they're expecting that you'll be in bed by 9, you can just walk around the house by that's 9. They expect you to be asleep. It will be a little of destabilization to some of those people, and they may not, or they'll have to reconsider whatever it is that they want to do. So they made away with 20 luxury watches and 150 million naira. Operatives of the FIDIRT later intercepted the suspect while he was allegedly attempting to flee through the Gwagwalada axis in en route to Lagos. He was trying to flee Abuja to Lagos. He had gotten his operation. He had done his operation successfully. He had made away with the luxury watches and the money, so he was probably trying to flee the apartment to go to Lagos from Abuja. Maybe we go and sell those watches for whatever price and just feel like he has made quite a fortune when he was intercepted. That's when he was caught. During the arrest, the police said further items were recovered from the suspect. So they also found out that during an operation, an iPhone 17 Pro Max belonging to the victim was recovered. And alongside a suspected chemical substance which has been forwarded for forensic analysis, the force said. The police also affirmed their commitment to tackling organized crime networks and ensuring accountability for all suspects involved in criminal activities. I'm bringing this on here for our information, and I also want to know your opinion about things like this. What are your thoughts? That should we not be so afraid to have domestic staff, or to employ the service of domestic staff, or to have, outsource some of these chores? Because I am a firm believer of, if you can outsource it and you can afford it, please do. I mean, it saves you time and energy to focus on other things. If you can outsource laundry, and you can pay for it, you by all means, you have someone who comes to clean your house because you're busy, or maybe you can't just, I'm tired, I really can't just do it, so let someone just come help clean my house. If you can outsource it and you can pay for it, please do. But as much as you're doing all of these things to make life easier and better for you, you should still be careful, because some of these people, they have other plans for coming into your house, either as a domestic staff or someone who just comes to work for you time to time. I've heard cases of someone coming to wash someone's clothes. Oh, this is the washerwoman that comes to wash my children's clothes. And the woman washes the clothes every Saturday or every weekend, and they are used to her. So they leave her when she comes with the children. She packs the clothes, she'll do the laundry, spread the clothes, dry them, fold them, and do everything. At some point, she came in and she did something to the children. And no one suspected her because they were already used to her coming in and she was a regular. If they had paid attention to, at times, just, sit with the person, try to observe how the person does the chores, they probably would have noticed earlier on what that lady did to the children. So this is just an opinion, right? I also want to know your opinion. What you think about this matter. Yes, it's good that he was caught. He has been arrested. So definitely all of these things that he stole, the watches, the iPhone 17, the money he almost made away with, they were recovered and all the victim would get them back. But how about the damage on the victim's life? The people he made the food for, that he laced it with sedative, what about the effect on them? What if the effect was so much that, it affected or can affect some of their organs or even lead to death? Some of them may not even recover. Some of them may become incapacitated for life. Some of them, from being unconscious, can get into coma. So there are just a lot of risk associated with it. And then food. I'm not saying everyone has to cook their meals themselves, but you should still be careful and thorough. Sometimes someone making your meal, try to stay with them in the kitchen while they're cooking. Or someone comes into your house and say, let's cook now. Let me just make a goosey soup for you. No problem. I'm not saying you should now say no one should, but try to it's not bad staying with them in the kitchen and watch them while they're cooking. Just be there. I mean, this is something that you take into your system, so it's nothing wrong being there or watching how the person makes the meal. Or someone coming to work on your gas or your sink or the pipe or whatever, you could just still watch what they do and how they do it, then just be carefree and leave them to do whatever they do. What if while they're doing that, they plant something in your house or in any part of your house that could be harmful to you and your family? We'll do a short 5 minutes and get back from that one. By 9:40, I'll open the phone lines to have you join the conversation. I really want to know what you think about this one and your opinion, your suggestion even about the matter. Please stay with me.
Last time Pam Sarah no.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
You get it, right? What do you think about it? That's the question on the matter. What's your thoughts about it? I've given a lot of examples or scenarios of how this thing can play out or how it plays out. Yeah, I just want to know your opinion about it, though. 0810951091. That's the number to call to be a part of the conversation. 0810951091. You want to send a text message? You want to send a WhatsApp message? You want to send a voice note? 0701 933 I think I have a message here. Let's see now. plumber, a bricklayer who comes to work on your house, or a painter, or a laundry woman or man, or someone who comes to clean and tidy the house, or who comes to take out your trash. All of these people are like people who get into your space. It's just important that you put your eyes down. Anyone coming into your house, you put your eyes down and you observe. And if you notice anything suspicious, you know how to tackle it early enough before it gets out of hand for your safety and the well-being of everyone around you, right? Thank you so much. The world news comes up right after this. My name is Rona Agbara. Please stay locked in on this dial.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Very good evening to you. This is the World News in your premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. AGC presidential aspirant Rotimi Amechi expresses hope for fair party primary. FCT Minister Yinson Wike links Governor Siminalayi Fubara's withdrawal from 2027 governorship race to peace deal. Federal government declares May 27 and 28 public holidays for Eid al-Adha celebration. On the foreign scene, Tunisian court sentences lawyer to 2 years over prison criticism. Details shortly. The presidential aspirant of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Rotimi Amechi, has expressed confidence that the party's presidential primary will be free, fair and credible, commending what he described as the transparency of the process in his ward in Ubima community in Kori local government area of River State. Amechi, who spoke shortly after voting for himself at the ongoing presidential primary election across the country, said he does not yet have full information on how the exercise is progressing in other states, but remains hopeful that the party will uphold its commitment to a free, fair and credible process. Responding to questions on why he wants to become president of Nigeria, Amechi urged Nigerians to judge him based on his record in public office, including his tenure as governor of River State and Minister of Transportation. He highlighted his administration's impact in key sectors such as agriculture, education, health, human capital development and power, adding that politicians must focus on providing solutions to national challenges rather than complaints. Amechi, who also reacted to the issue of a parallel governorship primary in River State, insisted that the ADC remains a single political party and that the rightful winner is the candidate with the highest number of valid votes, as declared by the committee in the presence of INEC officials, adding that no individual has the authority to declare himself winner of an election in which he participated.
There's only one party. No, not promotion. People who came to conduct the primaries. There's only one panel was sent. So somebody who contested the primary suddenly now announces himself governorship without waiting for the concurrent position.
Today, Femuchendu Ojowo, who is monitoring the process, reports that no official result has been announced, although returning officers from various local government areas have been submitting results at the party secretariat. The chairman of the Young Progressives Party, YPP in Rivers State, Danagogo Wenike Briggs, has described the withdrawal of Governor Siminalayi Fubara from the 2027 governorship race as a threat to political freedom and equity. Wenike Briggs, in an interview to Today FM, said the current political developments in the state go beyond any single individual, noting that they raise serious concerns about the democratic system being practiced. He also questioned the collective dignity of the people of Rivers State, stressing that the loyalty and expectations of Fubara's supporters, who believed he would usher a new chapter of political freedom, have been disappointed. He warned that when the will of the people is repeatedly suppressed, the emotional wounds do not fade quickly.
What is happening in Rivers State today is gradually becoming a question about the future of democracy, political freedom, equity, and the collective dignity of Rivers people. Many citizens, especially supporters of Governor Siminalayi Fubara, invested their energy, loyalty, emotions, and political sacrifice, believing they were part of a new direction for the state. So naturally, seeing the governor politically overshadowed creates disappointment among many people who genuinely believe change was possible. The long-term effect of prolonged political conflict in Rivers State has already started affecting youth morale, economic growth, governance focus, public trust in leadership. Politics should develop society, not consume the energy of the entire state.
Wenike Briggs also commended Governor Fubara for prioritizing the lives, unity, and progress of the state and its people over political gain.
Governor Fubara is a peaceful governor, and I believe he tried within the limitation around him. Leadership is not always about intentions alone. Sometimes the political structure around a leader becomes stronger than the leader himself. That does not necessarily make him weak. It simply shows how powerful, entrenched political system can become. I respect him for enduring the pressure he has faced over the last few years. The bigger concern now is the growing fear among many Rivers people that political power in the state is becoming excessively centralized around a few individuals and interests. History teaches us that when the will of the people appears suppressed repeatedly, the emotional wounds do not disappear quickly. Political memories last for generations.
Meanwhile, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, says the withdrawal of Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara from the 2027 governorship race is connected to a political peace agreement aimed at stabilizing the state. Wike, who made the remarks in Abuja after inspecting infrastructure projects, emphasized that the developments aligned with earlier reconciliation understandings among key political stakeholders in Rivers State. Governor Fubara had recently withdrawn from the governorship primary, saying the decision followed consultations and was made in the interest of peace, unity, and stability in the state. However, Wike argued that the move was expected, insisting it formed part of an agreement that included dropping impeachment threats in exchange for Fubara not seeking a second term. He also criticized the governor's earlier decision to obtain nomination forms, describing it as inconsistent with the spirit of the peace deal, while expressing confidence in the political profile of lawmaker Kingsley Chinda as a strong contender for the position. Members of the Omuogbo royal family in Ilele Alimini community, Emoha local government area of Rivers State, have faulted the recent visit of Peter Wagbara and a group of associates to the Chief Medical Director of the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital, UPTH, describing it as improperly presented as a royal visit. Wagbara had reportedly led a delegation from Ilele Alimini on a courtesy visit to the UPTH Chief Medical Director, a visit he described as a royal engagement. However, reacting on behalf of the royal family, the chairman of the Omuogbo royal family, Emmanuel Oka, dismissed the characterization of the visit as royal, insisting it was merely a visit by friends and not an official traditional delegation. Oka further argued that Peter Wagbara is not recognized as a chief within the community, nor does he hold the status of a traditional ruler, contrary to how the visit was presented, and emphasized that the only duly recognized traditional ruler in the area remains John Wani. He urged members of the public in Rivers State to disregard the claims surrounding Wagbara's status, adding that the community is awaiting the final court determination on the rightful occupant of the Inyali Ileliani mini store.
Peter Wagbara is not a chief. Peter Wagbara is not an Ohab. So no court has made in Royal Highness against Ohajon Wone, who is the traditionally recognized Royal Highness as crowned by His Majesty M.O. Woyike. Peter Wagbara is not a Royal Highness. The visit to University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital management was wrong because he does not have the capacity to represent Ilele Alimini on a royal visit. My advice to the members of the public is that they should not take serious the visit and what they saw between Peter Wagbara and his friend. Everybody should go about his law-abiding business and be rest assured that Peter Wagbara will not be the Royal Highness necessarily eliminate against our custom and tradition. As it stands, the matter is in High Court, Appeal Court, and even in Supreme Court. So until there is a final pronunciation.
The Director of Ideas, Creativity and Innovation at Ignatius Adjunct University of Education, Professor Samuel Amele, has called for future appointment of education ministers in Nigeria to be based on professionalism, qualification, character, and competence. Professor Amele, who spoke in an interview to the FM Magnus Umwawa, criticized the frequent introduction of education policies, describing them as harmful to the sector due to the absence of proper constitutional backing. The university don noted that policy formulation has never been Nigeria's major challenge, but rather the poor implementation of such policies. He lamented that corruption had continued to undermine the education system and urged stakeholders to take urgent action to prevent the sector from collapsing.
You leave government, they can bring the policy every year, or every 5 years, every 10 years. That is not a problem. The problem is implementation. How do we implement the policy? Because it is one thing to draw out policy, but another thing to implement. It is unfortunate that I stand to be corrected that we have applied up to 50% of the principles of the policies that have been rolled out.
Professor Amele, however, expressed optimism that the sector could recover if the country returns to the 1977 National Policy on Education and fully implements UNESCO recommendations on education.
In the area of policy implementation, I will even tell Nigeria that if we even go back to the first policy, the National Policy on Education 1977, and implement it very, very well, we wouldn't be having problems. So rolling out policy every 10 years or whatever, in a way it could be all right, but the question is, have we been implementing it? So when you are coming with policy, then the policy is implementable.
A River State High Court sitting in Port Harcourt has sentenced and convicted twin brothers and 5 other men to death by hanging for the kidnapping and murder of Reverend Edwin Isaiah Dokubo Hari. The trial judge, Boma Diepiri, delivered the judgment after finding the defendants guilty on multiple counts, including conspiracy, kidnapping, murder, unlawful possession of firearms, and related offences. The court heard that on December 6, 2013, the convicts lured Reverend Dokubo Hari to a forest in Abalama community, Asari Toru, local government area of River State, where he was subsequently abducted, blindfolded, and tied before being killed, and his body dumped in a creek within the area. Justice Diepiri held that the prosecution has successfully proved the case beyond reasonable doubt against the defendants identified as Precious Opara, Ansa Dick, Osaki Fubara, Prince Philip, Tiena Beso George, Seleipri Fubara, and Alaboria Fubara. While the court sentenced them to death by hanging, ordering that they be hanged by the neck until confirmed dead, the judge also directed that the prosecution hand over the recovered firearm and other exhibits to the Nigerian police force. In the same ruling, the court discharged and acquitted Emmanuel Israel and nephew Philemon of a 25-count charge relating to conspiracy, kidnapping, murder, illegal possession of firearms, and criminal activities. Today, FM Uchendo Joa reports that the court proceedings turned emotional with tears from some of the convicts and their family members present in courtroom following the pronouncement of the death sentence. You're listening to the World News on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, sports, and foreign stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. The federal government has declared Wednesday, May 27 and Thursday, May 28, 2026 as public holidays to mark this year's Idul-Adha celebration. The announcement was made by the Minister of Interior, Olubomi Tunji-Ejo, through a statement issued by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Magdalena Ajani. The government said the decision reflects its respect for the Islamic faith and the spiritual significance of Idul-Adha to Muslim in Nigeria and across the world. In the statement, the federal government urged Nigerians to use the festive period for prayers, reflection, and renewed commitment to national unity, peace, and security. It described Idul-Adha, as also known as Eid al-Kabir, as a festival of sacrifice, obedience, and compassion, while calling for stronger bonds of brotherhood among citizens. Meanwhile, the federal government says improved supervision, tracking, and evaluation of government projects across ministries, departments, and agencies are critical to achieving noticeable progress in key sectors such as infrastructure, healthcare, agriculture, education, housing, transportation, and employment. The government said these informed its partnership with the United Kingdom to strengthen Nigeria's monitoring and evaluation system in support of President Bola Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda and the administration's target of growing the economy to $1 trillion by 2030. Speaking at the closing ceremony of a planning, monitoring, evaluation, and result-based management workshop in Abuja, the Minister of State for Budget and Economic Planning, Doris Uzoka Anite, said effective planning and result-based governance were necessary to ensure government programs deliver meaningful impact for citizens. According to a statement issued by the Ministry's Director of Information and Public Relations, Judy Osage Jacobs, the minister, represented by Permanent Secretary Deborah Odo, urged public institutions to focus on measurable outcomes and service delivery rather than routine administrative processes. Figures released by the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, shows that Nigeria's economy expanded by 3.89% year-on-year in the first quarter of 2026, reflecting an improvement from the 3.13% growth recorded in the corresponding period of 2025. The agriculture sector posted the strongest recovery, growing by 3.15% compared to the marginal 0.07% growth recorded a year earlier. The industry sector also improved slightly to 3.50% from 3.52%, while the services sector grew by 4.31%, marginally below the 4.33% recorded in Q1 2025. Services remained the largest contributor to GDP, accounting for 57.73% of total output. In nominal terms, aggregate GDP at basic prices rose to 110.79 trillion naira, representing a 17.79% increase from 94.052 trillion naira recorded in the same period of 2025. The executive officer of Delta Technologies and Property Limited, Stephen Nyegwa, has revealed that his steel estate company always consults the original owners of any property before acquisition. Nyegwa, who said this in a reaction to the controversy surrounding the property owned by Amewule family in Obodo Village, Alu community, in Kwere local government area of River State, said his company acquired about 200 plots of land from the family headed by the eldest member, Green Amewule. He explained that considering the locations of his offices in Delta State, Abuja, and other parts of the country, it was disturbing that another individual was now laying claim to the land, alleging that he bought it from a grandson of a family. Nyegwa, while also insisting that his company does not engage in land grabbing activities, maintained that as an inquiry man, it would be impossible for him to acquire land without consulting the rightful owners, adding that this same principle guided the transaction involving the Amewule family property located along the Obrikore Airport Road.
Upon the data technology, I want to tell people that anywhere that the company has a property, I don't just sell into property because I'm a good son of Ikwere land and also a good citizen of Nigeria. That I don't fall in on property. The property which data technologies are acquiring, we are doing delegate search to data of the history of the land, also confirmed by the members of the community in Airport Road, where my company bought land in the hand of Chief Green Amewule, the oldest man in Amewule family, sold land 200 plots to my company and supported of the elders that served the deity of Bodo, and he confirmed my buyer that the land is genuine.
The executive officer of Delta Technologies and Property Limited further called on security agencies and especially the Nigerian Police Force to investigate the activities of alleged land grabbers operating in the area.
I don't know why some persons are claiming ownership, trying to instigate problem, which I don't like problem. I'm a good citizen of Nigeria. I'm calling all the security agents. I'm calling the DSS. I'm calling the IG, the CP rivers for proper investigation. So criminal elements are using opportunity to come and grab land because I'm not a land grabber. The land in question, I bought it genuinely from the rightful source.
Calls have intensified for increased adoption of renewable and affordable energy across Africa as part of activities marking the 2026 Africa Day celebration. The event held at Community Secondary School Rumodumaya in Port Harcourt themed around the hashtags Africa VUCA and Repower Africa, focused on creating awareness about renewable energy and sustainable development across the continent. Speaking at the event, the coordinator of the Quest for Growth and Development Foundation in Port Harcourt, Smith Nwokocha said the initiative was aimed at promoting sustainable and clean energy solutions in Africa. According to him, unstable electricity power supply in Nigeria and many African countries is largely linked to dependence on fossil fuels, adding that renewable energy sources such as solar, geothermal, and wind power remain more reliable and eco-friendly and beneficial to the people.
Today is to mark Africa Day, and we are doing this in the Africa Vocal Week. So across the continent, this is being also celebrated. And then we have a theme for it, which is tied towards affordable energy. We know that our power situation in Nigeria, even across Africa, is epileptic, unfortunately, because the sources are relied or tied to fossil fuel, right? And so we are also using this day to match up renewable energy, that there should be a push on renewable energy because it seems to be environmentally friendly and reliable. So things like solar, geothermal, the wind power, they are very reliable and very friendly.
Nwokocha also expressed concern over the influence of multinational interests and policymakers in the fossil fuel sector, noting that profit is often placed above the welfare of the people. He stated that the Africa Day campaign seeks to encourage Africans to embrace cleaner and more affordable energy alternatives, while emphasizing the need to involve young people in promoting renewable energy awareness across communities.
Unlike the fossil fuel, that we have a lot of policymakers, the global north, multinationals, being people that tend to influence that, and then maybe because they put profit over people. So that is why today we want to mark Africa Day and then promote affordable energy. I feel so excited that we are doing this even with the younger people because they will take the message further, right? And then knowing some of this is at the age, looking at interactions and how they feel excited also to be part of this.
Today FM's Odinakachi Celestine reports that the program featured awareness campaigns, educational sessions, and discussions on the importance of renewable energy in shaping Africa's future. While participants commended the organizers for creating a platform that encourages young people involvement in community participation in sustainable development, noting that the importance of renewable energy awareness cannot be overemphasized.
To help us a lot. Like Nigeria and anybody know about what is happening as per power. It's not reliable at all. If we get energy, nobody can constrain it. It's just everywhere. So, but if we get it right, I think it will help everybody, businesses and personal use.
If we have what we call solar energy, we can read even at night if there is no electricity. With the help of the solar energy,
the increasement of fuel is these days. If we can get solar energy in our home, it can be beneficial to us. And sometimes we can have powers from the sun, and we don't buy powers from the sun. So that one is a natural gift from God.
On the foreign scene, Tunisian lawyer and columnist Sonia Dahamani has been sentenced to 2 years in prison for criticizing prison conditions in the country. The Tunis Court of First Instance delivered the ruling after a hearing marking the latest conviction against one of the President Kais Saied's prominent critics. The case stemmed from a 2023 radio interview in which Damani criticized prison conditions following a complaint by the General Administration of Prisons. Damani, who is facing multiple prosecutions linked to public statements, has previously been convicted under Decree 54, a controversial false information law enacted in 2022 that rights groups say has been used to suppress dissent. She was earlier sentenced to 18 months over comments made on television and later received another 18-month sentence for remarks related to social issues in Tunisia. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. ADC presidential aspirant Rotimi Amechi has expressed hope for a fair party primary. The FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, has linked Governor Siminalayi Fubara's withdrawal from the 2027 governorship race to a peace deal. We told you that the federal government has declared May 27 and 28 public holidays for the Eid al-Kabir celebration. On the foreign scene, you also heard that a Tunisian court has sentenced lawyer to 2 years over prison criticism. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Kore. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Aguera. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hit the road, Fill your drive. Ignite the vibe. Stay locked. Today 95.1 FM. Radio on the go.
A very good evening to you. This is Today 95.1 FM, Wataka, the voice of the people. It's time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Uganda has confirmed 2 new Ebola cases. Senegal Parliament Speaker resigns, paving way for Usman Sonko to replace him. EasyJet flight diverts to Rome over power bank in luggage. Iran says deal with US not imminent. Details shortly. Benin's new president, Romuald Wadagni, has officially taken over office with promises of stability, security, and regional cooperation. However, it was the presence of Nigerian Prime Minister Ali Mohamed Lamin Zene at the ceremony that drew particular attention across West Africa. After months of strained relations between Benin and the junta-led Alliance of Sahel States (AES), Zene's visit to Cotonou appeared to signal a tentative diplomatic thaw and willingness by both sides to reopen dialogue. The inauguration came at a delicate moment for the region, where security threats, economic pressures, and political divisions following a series of Sahel coups have reshaped alliance among neighboring states. Traders and customers have returned in large numbers after last year's market cancellation, with buyers searching for sheep, goats ahead of the festival. During Eid al-Adha, Muslims sacrificed livestock to honor the Quranic story of Prophet Ibrahim's obedience to God when a sheep was offered in the place of his son. A sheep seller, Ibrahim Noini, says prices remain high because of rising feed costs, with Saudi rams selling for up to €750. Despite varied prices and available livestock, many families remain concerned about affordability, but officials and researchers says conditions are improving. Meanwhile, an environment researcher, Mustafa Lasati, said the country's national herd has rebounded from 23 million to 41 livestock million animals, reducing the need for imports and restoring the availability of local breeds. Uganda has confirmed 2 new cases of Ebola, bringing to 7 the total since the virus outbreak was discovered in the East African country on May 15. In a short statement, the ministry said that it was tracing the 2 individuals' list of contacts and urged citizens to immediately report anyone presenting symptoms consistent with the virus to a health facility. The World Health Organization WHO Director General said that more than 900 suspected Ebola cases had been identified in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the epicenter of the outbreak, where it declared on May 15. Catholic parishioners washed their hands before entering the church, following local authorities' instructions to limit the spread of the Ebola outbreak in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, May 24, 2026. Last week, Uganda suspended all public transport to the DRC after confirming 2 cases of Ebola, 1 infection and 1 death involving Congolese nationals who crossed the border. 3 further cases were confirmed in the country: a Ugandan driver, a Ugandan health worker, and a woman from the DRC. The Speaker of Senegal's parliament said Sunday has resigned 2 days after his close ally Usman Sonko was fired as prime minister, deepening the political crisis in the death-laden West African country. NDIA described his decision to step down as a personal choice, guided above all by my understanding of institutions, public responsibility, and the best interests of the nations. NDIA's clears the way for Sonko to run for the post of head of parliament, where his passive party holds a strong majority in the challenge to President Bassirou Diomaye Faye. Deputies have been summoned to full session of the assembly to reinstate Sonko as a member of parliament and vote for a new speaker. That could further complicate reforms efforts by Faye, who sacked his former ally Sonko after months of tensions, now away from Africa to the rest of the world. According to the National Weather Agency, Britain has broken its record for the hottest day in May, with the mercury rising to 33.5 degrees Celsius near London, as the country baked in a sweltering heat wave. The previous hottest day saw 32.8 degrees Celsius heat, first registered in 1922 and again in 1944. It is just the latest temperature record to tumble in the UK, which saw its hottest year in the books in 2025, with scientists warning that the country is unprepared for the ever more frequent heat waves driven by man-made climate change. The Met Office had earlier forecast highs of 35 Celsius after heatwave conditions spread to parts of the southeast England and London by Sunday night. However, scientists say human-induced climate change is making extreme weather events like heat waves, droughts, and floods more intense, resulting in temperature records being broken more frequently. China's President Xi Jinping has hailed Beijing's unbreakable friendship with Pakistan as he met visiting Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, seeking to deepen their all-weather partnership. Pakistan is among an exclusive group of countries China regards as an all-weather strategic partner with ties featuring close economic trade and security cooperation. Greeting Sharif at Beijing's Great Hall of the People, Xi called him an old friend, stating that the two countries had understood, trusted, and supported each other over decades, forging an unbreakable traditional friendship. Xi said no matter how the international situation changes, China always prioritizes the development of China-Pakistan relations and neighboring diplomacy. Beijing was willing to work with Islamabad to build a more close-knit China-Pakistan community with a shared future and achieve more in their all-weather cooperation. At least 3 people have been killed in Israeli air attacks on vehicles in southern Lebanon, the country's national news agency NNA reports, as the Israeli military issued new forced displacement orders for residents in the south. Citing Hezbollah's violation of the ceasefire agreement, the military's Arabic language spokesman, Colonel Avichai Adrai, said the Israeli forces are compelled to operate against it with force, as he listed the names of the villages, mostly in the southern Lebanon. However, the Israeli threat applied to residents of Nabatieh, Al-Tata, Al-Luzwi, Sajad, Al-Kana, Haruf Zimdin, Kafaraman, Doe, Adis Shakif, and Meidun, most of which are in the southern Lebanon. Australian activists have been detained by Israel while in flotilla trying to deliver aid to Gaza, which have returned home, and organizers allege abuse, sexual assault, and beatings that put some detainees in hospitals. One activist reached Melbourne yesterday evening, while others arrived in Sydney, Melbourne, and Brisbane earlier today. Juliet Lamont, an Australian activist and documentary filmmaker, told news agency On That she was dragged, sexually assaulted, and beaten when she was detained. Another Australian activist, Sam Waripa Watson, said he sustained a fractured rib along with bruises and cuts across his body. Watson also said he witnessed activists being tossed and shot with rubber bullets and said stun grenades were thrown at them. Iran says some progress have been reached in talks with the U.S., but a deal is not imminent. Foreign Ministry spokesman Ismail Bakai's remarks came after U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said an agreement could possibly be reached today. Meanwhile, it is correct to say that they have reached a conclusion on a large portion of the issues under discussion, but to say that means the signing of agreement is imminent, no one can make such a claim. The Memorandum of Understanding reportedly involves a 60-day ceasefire extension, reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, and a plan for further negotiations over Iran's nuclear program. At the weekend, President Donald Trump suggested the sides were closing a deal, even though he later said he had instructed negotiators not to rush into one. A UK-bound EasyJet flight was diverted to Rome after a power bank was found to be charged in the passenger's luggage. Flight EasyY2618 from Hurghada in Egypt to London Luton landed in the Italian capital as a precaution. The airline said the captain had decided to divert in line with safety regulations after a passenger informed crew during the flight that the portable charger was in the hold of the aircraft. Many airlines have toughened rules on power banks, often requiring that they be stored in large hand luggage because of the risk of lithium-ion batteries catching fire. The flight touched down safely at Rome, Fiumicino, and was rescheduled the next day. That story from Rome concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, produced by Loma Wosu of the news department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headlines. Uganda has confirmed 2 new Ebola cases. You heard that Senegal Parliament Speaker has resigned, paving way for Usman Sonko to replace him. We told you that an EasyJet flight has been diverted to Rome over a power bank which was inside the luggage. And finally, Iran says the deal with US not imminent. Till same time tomorrow, do have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Wake up to the ultimate mix. today's quest, today's connect, today's hustle, all on one station. Only on Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people, where the streets speak and we amplify.
Football fans, the biggest football night of the season is here. This 30th May 2026. Get ready for the ultimate UEFA Champions League final experience with the unbeatable Today FM Sports crew and you, the real fans, live at Amora Resort. It's going to be action like never before. It's going to be Budapest away from Budapest. Massive screens, an electric atmosphere, fun games, fan battles, music, loads of giveaways, amazing freebies, and unforgettable moments with fellow football lovers. And guess what? Come rock in your favorite football club jerseys and represent your team with pride. Businesses and brands, this is your chance to connect with passionate football fans from across the city. Sponsorship opportunities are now open. Call 0812-596-9594. Again, 0812-596-9594. UEFA Champions League Final Watch Party with Today FM Sports Crew. Only at Amora Resort. Budapest, away from Budapest.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
BBC World Service. I'm Nkechi Obonna in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. Today is Africa Day, commemorating the establishment of the African Union. We talk identity, opportunity, and the continent's future across 3 different generations.
What Africa needs is in Africa.
We want to take ownership of all of our resources and we want to stand alone by ourselves.
I definitely think that if we fix the leadership in our different countries, that could actually fix a huge portion.
And detained Gaza-bound South African activists return home following a failed flotilla mission with claims of torture by Israeli security forces.
All they know how to do is to take away your dignity, is to humiliate you.
That's all on the BBC Tonight in Focus. First, the news.
BBC News with Moira Alderson. Pope Leo has warned that artificial intelligence poses potentially existential risks to humanity and should not be used to concentrate power in the hands of just a few people. In his first encyclical, a teaching document entitled Magnifica Humanitas, he said increased efficiency did not excuse exploitation and asked for more to be done to reduce AI's impact on the environment. He also said AI should not be used for military purposes and called for the technology to be disarmed.
Let's not fear artificial intelligence, but constantly keep the question of the human in play. We cannot be careless with our most powerful technical instruments.
President Trump has reiterated that he either wants what he's called a great and meaningful deal with Iran or no deal at all. But in his latest comments, Mr. Trump has also now linked this to a call for Saudi Arabia, Qatar and other Arab states, as well as Pakistan, to sign the Abraham Accords, which would see them normalise ties with Israel. Our correspondent Tom Simons is in Washington.
Well, it sounds, and we're looking at this from the outside because there's no clarity really, that he's trying to bring together some of the great problems in that part of the world as part of this Iranian deal. And that is, of course, because Israel is going to have a say in all of this. Just to remind people, the Abraham Accords were a 2020 deal brokered by Donald Trump to recognise Israel amongst several Middle Eastern countries, in particular the UAE. And he is now saying that other countries should be brought into this: Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Egypt, Jordan, Turkey and Qatar.
The head of the World Health Organization has said that the Ebola outbreak that started in the Democratic Republic of Congo is outpacing urgent efforts to scale up a response. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus said delays in detecting cases meant responders were now playing catch-up. The WHO says 220 people are suspected to have died of Ebola in the outbreak. From Nairobi, here's Thomas Makwana.
Fresh details from the Ugandan Health Ministry are that 2 people have been confirmed to also be positive with the virus in Uganda. This brings the number to 7 within Ugandan borders. It's worrying because this is proof that this disease has spread outside DRC that is considered to be the epicenter. It means that it could be spreading within communities outside the country now.
France has extradited to Vilnius a Russian tycoon who used to own a Lithuanian bank. Vladimir Antonov was arrested in Brittany on a European warrant last December. 2 years ago, a court in Lithuania sentenced him to more than 10 years in prison on charges including embezzlement and fraud. The offences date back 15 years when Antonov controlled Snoras at the time, Lithuania's fourth largest bank. According to the arrest warrant, losses exceeded $500 million. BBC News. The Cambodian opposition leader Kum Sokha has been pardoned from a 27-year sentence on charges of treason, which he denies, but he's still banned from leaving Cambodia for 5 years. Kum Sokha had appealed against the sentence last month, but it was rejected. The Indian state of West Bengal has ordered holding centres to be built to house people suspected of being undocumented immigrants. Those held there are due to be deported back to neighbouring Bangladesh and to Myanmar, but critics argue the centres will also be used for Muslims born in India. Paul Moss reports.
India's governing party, the BJP, doesn't mince its words when it comes to migrants from Bangladesh. Senior figures have described them as termites and infiltrators. Now the BJP has taken over in West Bengal and has immediately stepped up moves to deport people to Bangladesh and also to Myanmar. But this follows similar moves in the state of Assam, where critics say Muslims born and raised in India were kicked out, and they fear West Bengal will now repeat this. India's previously been accused of deporting Muslim refugees back to Myanmar, where they face ongoing persecution.
Paul Moss reporting. The husband of the former First Minister of Scotland has pleaded guilty in court to embezzling more than $500,000 from the governing Scottish National Party. Peter Murrell was chief executive of the party, which his wife Nicola Sturgeon led. They're now estranged. A lawyer for a senior figure in the Russian Orthodox Church who was detained by Czech police on Sunday has denied accusations that his client was found with drugs. The lawyer insists Metropolitan Hilarion was set up. Hilarion was stopped in a car on Sunday after leaving his church in Karlovy. His lawyer says the vehicle was then searched with no witnesses present and that 4 containers with white powder were produced from the trunk. That's the latest. BBC News.
Hello there and welcome to Focus on Africa with me, Nkechi Obonna in Nairobi. A happy Africa Day to you. It's the day commemorating the establishment of the African Union. And we'll get into a panel discussion with 3 different generations from Nigeria, Zimbabwe and Uganda and talk about identity, opportunity and the continent's future.
Africa was beginning to grapple with its self-awareness, its self-consciousness.
I think the Africa that we've experienced as millennials has been like a new struggle, different from the Gen X struggle.
And Gen Z?
I think we have all been through our own versions of revolution, and I would say that it is even louder now.
And Gaza Aid Mission activists returned to South Africa with allegations of torture while detained by Israeli security forces.
All they know how to do is to take away your dignity, is to humiliate you, is to violate you.
It's Monday, May 25th. What does it mean to be African? Every year on Africa Day, the continent pauses to look back and reflect, remembering the founding of the Organization of the African Unity, now called the African Union, way back in 1963 in Addis Ababa, the Ethiopian capital. But beyond the history, Africa Day has become a living conversation about identity, opportunity, and the future of the continent. From those who experienced Africa's early struggle for independence, democratic and economic transitions, to millennials using creativity and culture to shape new narratives, and Gen Z voices redefining activism and expression. Each generation sees the continent through a different lens and carries its own hopes for Africa's future. To explore these perspectives, we hear from a Gen X, Benga Kujore from Nigeria, Vera Chisvo, a Zimbabwean millennial, and Yada Wanjiku, a Gen Z from Uganda. I began by asking what it means to be African, starting with Yada, who represents the Gen Zs.
Africa is home to me, and that means that the diversity in culture, in food, in language, and all of that stuff is just amazing because you get to interact with all these amazing people and learn so much, the depth that people actually have in the different cultures, the reasons why they do things, why they speak the way they do, why they believe in the things that they do.
Vera, I'd ask you the same. What does being African mean to you?
I think being African is about expressing yourself through color, through language, through physical activity, whether it's like through dancing. I think there's also a lot of unity. I think there's so much similarities within our different cultures, looking at like North Africa, Southern Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, East Africa.
Right. And Benga?
For me, being an African is the greatest asset you can ever have in this life. And tracing the history, the growth of Africa, you discover that Africa has a touch all around the world. When you look at the people, the language, the culture, the way of life, the tradition, everyone has a touch of it all over the world, and everything is traceable back to Africa.
And Benga, I just want to ask, three of you belong to three different generations, right? How would you describe the Africa your generation has experienced in one sentence?
Revolutionary. The African in my own generation is revolutionary. In the context of this dispensation I belong to, Africa was beginning to grapple with its self-awareness, its self-consciousness.
And Vera, as a millennial,
it's a bit of a struggle. I think the Africa that we've experienced as millennials has been like a new struggle, different from the Gen X struggle, but a new kind of struggle.
And Gen Z?
I wouldn't say anything any different from the previous two answers because it's all the same. I think we have all been through our own versions of revolution, and I would say that it is even louder now. People are getting bolder, so maybe a bolder revolution in addition to what they've already said altogether.
Right. And Yada, what frustrates you the most about the continent?
In Africa, we have this belief that the older you are, the more wisdom you have. And so those people are entrusted with the power, the guidance, and all of that stuff. And so when it comes to being in spaces of leadership especially, we have a lot of old people who are detached from the new experiences, from everything that is happening in the world. You find a lot of the older people are saying, hey, we are older, we are wiser, we have more experience. And so because of that, we know what is happening. Stay out of this, and yours is to listen. And so I feel like the youth have been, or the younger generation has been silenced in that sense.
Yada, that is a direct attack on Benga and his generation. Benga, I would want you to respond at this point.
For me, the tragedy of Africa is basically the quality of leadership we have.
But that's your generation, Benga, because just like what Yada is saying, she's blaming your generation for the struggle.
No, the issue of leadership transcends a particular dispensation. Every dispensation has its own inadequacies in terms of leadership structure. Now, Africa being what Africa is, blessed with all manner of mineral resources, we lack mostly is quality revolutionary leadership. If we have just a revolutionary leader in place, I think Africa can turn the corner. But you see, the struggle of my generation is the fact that people are just beginning to grasp the understanding of how the geo world works and all the intricacies and the politics that is involved in it, and still trying to keep Africa where they are as the raw material center. But what we lack is the tragedy of revolutionary leaders.
Vera, are you going to be the firefighter right now to quench this heat?
My issue is, I'm kind of leaning more towards what Yada was saying, is that we have an issue of generational information that hasn't been great for Africa. So you've had your liberation heroes that fought for the independence for most of your African countries that are still living in that mentality of we are still living in a war, we're still trying to survive a war, and also still living within the culture of you must listen to your elders, you need to have an older person who's in charge who understands things. But if you think about it, we're living in an age where young people are developing so much faster than they did 20, 30 years ago. You have technology that's moving so much faster than it did 20, 30 years ago. And with this new influx of everything and with the evolution of everything that's happening across the world, we need to create that space for more young people to take positions of leadership, to be the new leaders of Africa, so that we can take Africa to that next level, so that they can also create their own policies, their own ways of thinking. We're going to stay in the same space that we're in right now, because as long as you have the older generation being in power, being in positions of decision-making for a long period of time, they also start to teach the younger generation bad habits, and then we stop evolving.
Now, Benga, I have to ask you this. As someone who belongs to the revolutionary era of fighting for independence, liberation for the continent and all of that, do you see your children's future in Africa, or you see your children being among those who are exiting the continent to look for better opportunities in Europe and overseas?
The reality on ground shows that most of them would like to seek greener pasture where their potential can be well utilized. But the point is this: if everybody is exiting Africa, who else will fix Africa, or who else will fix your country? I've always been advocating that the solution to Africa is in Africa. The millennial and the Gen Z and all the rest of them have technology. But to me, I feel most of their approaches to things are a bit chaotic, in such that they needed to streamline how to go about engaging constructively, not always enforcing their way, it has to be our way. So I see my children in that regard craving to achieve more.
Vera Agbenga is saying that the approach of the younger generation is a bit more chaotic, is a bit radical, is a bit forceful, and he doesn't believe that these younger generations understand how to harness technology and use it in changing the plight of the continent. Do you agree?
I don't agree, and I think the world is chaotic right now, and sometimes it needs those chaotic solutions to bring about a sense of stability or progress in Africa to where it needs to be.
Right. Vera, since I still have you, in one word, do you see your children's future on the continent or overseas?
On the continent.
And Yada, do you think it's possible to succeed in Africa without leaving home?
Yes, absolutely. But it takes, all generations working together.
All right. Benga, I have to ask you this. Do you think life in Africa is improving, or it's getting harder every day?
It's a mixture of both. In some area, Africa is improving. In some aspect, Africa is going backward. But in my own context, we also have to understand the neo-colonialism that exists in all these dispensations now. If Africa gets it right, the whole Western world will be poor, because the Western world depends on African mineral resources to keep their economy afloat. Basically, I see Africa getting it right in future, because the generation that are coming behind wants Africa to work. They don't care about who is in charge or what has been done before or the history or everything. They just want Africa to work. So basically, I see Africa working and surpassing the Western world.
Okay.
In the future.
What one change would make the biggest difference for Africa's future? Just one.
One is to look inward and do what Africa needs. What Africa needs is in Africa. It's not anywhere else. It's not in the IMF. It's not in the World Bank. It's in Africa.
If Africa genuinely comes together and ignores the different borders and the different cultures and tribes and just really comes together and says that, hey, we want to take ownership of all of our minerals, we want to take ownership of all of our resources, and we want to stand alone by ourselves, I think that's the one thing that will take us to the next level.
I definitely think that if we fix the leadership in our different countries and involve the youth more, that could actually fix a huge portion of what is happening right now.
Many thanks to Yada Wanjiku, a Gen Z from Uganda, Benga Kujore, representing Gen X from Nigeria, and Millennial Vera Chisbo in Zimbabwe. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service.
Free Palestine! Check it.
On the 20th of May, far-right Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir posted a video showing himself taunting detained activists from the global Sumud flotilla. Footage of dozens of activists kneeling with hands tied behind their backs with cables as the Israeli anthem blasted drew international condemnation from France, the UK, Italy, Canada, and the US. From over 46 countries, the hundreds of activists were part of a Gaza-bound aid convoy named Global Sumud Flotilla. It's a movement first emerged in 2006 during Israel's war on Lebanon, and it expanded after Israel imposed its blockade on Gaza in 2007. The air, land, and sea blockade was intensified following the military takeover of Gaza by armed group Hamas. According to the UN, the blockade virtually isolated the Strip from the rest of the world and limited the number and specified categories of people and goods allowed in and out. Since then, hundreds of vessels organized by international solidarity groups have tried to reach the territory while carrying humanitarian aid and activists to break the blockade. Israeli forces have intercepted nearly every flotilla in international waters. This is the latest mission and arguably their biggest ever, with some 50 boats and with over 400 activists on board. Organizers said Israeli forces began storming the boats in international waters off the coast of Cyprus last week and detained everyone on board. South African activists detained after Israel intercepted the flotilla returned to Johannesburg, where they were welcomed by supporters and family members. Several of them alleged they were subjected to humiliation, abuse, and harsh treatment while in Israeli custody.
All they know how to do is to take away your dignity, is to humiliate you, is to violate you.
When they saw our passports and they said South African, they actually told us, you will get treatment because of what your government did by taking us to the ICJ. So we were targeted.
Some of the South Africans detained included former ambassador to Qatar, Faisal Musa, who sent us this voice note.
I got shot with a rubber bullet on my chest, on the left side where my heart sits. Most of the impact was absorbed by the life jacket. When arriving at the prison, the treatment was extremely violent, and they had me with my head practically between my knees and pushing me onto the vessel.
Voice of former South African ambassador to Qatar, Faisal Musa. Upon the return of the activists, the South African government released a statement condemning the Israeli government for what they called humiliating and inhuman treatment of unarmed human rights activists. To give us more insight into the latest flotilla mission, I spoke with Ismail Mula, an activist and facilitator of the Freedom Flotilla Coalition from the Palestine Solidarity Alliance, PSA, in South Africa.
The main focus of our mission is to break the siege on Gaza. The siege on Gaza has been ongoing from 2007.
How exactly do you hope to break that siege?
Remember, this is all happening in water. So the Israeli naval force comes with rubber ducks and they take over our boats. And the people are then taken to a prison ship. So the boats that we are having have approximately between 10 to 15 people maximum on them. So this is a process where the Israeli occupation force will pick boats one by one.
And have you yourself been on any of the flotillas?
I've been on a mission in 2015, but the mission that I was on, I was not on one of the boats that was hijacked on that particular occasion.
Right. Were you able to make your way all the way to Gaza?
None of us since 2007 has ever been able to reach the shore of Gaza. All our boats have been intercepted. Previously, the hijackings were taking place 10 to 15 nautical miles before the coast. What we are finding recently, we are now being intercepted more closer towards the coastal waters of Greece, which is almost, these boats are fishing boats. So you have very little luxury, and your ride can be quite rough, especially when there's heavy winds or if the sea is rough. But there is a great spirit of camaraderie between the participants.
Now, this flotilla was one of the largest aid convoys organized for Gaza. What is it like coordinating such a massive operation, and how do you secure funding for it?
It is very, very challenging. Fortunately, we are able to break it according to countries. So each country then becomes responsible for its own participants and requires its own funding. And then we have a steering committee of each country that is then represented at a global level. I must say that the fact that we have autonomy from a country point of view, it makes things a lot more easier. So each country is responsible for its own people and it's responsible for its own funding.
Now, Israel's foreign minister described the flotilla